Hello and welcome everybody out there in YouTube and D&D land. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your week. I know we are. Before we jump into the action, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. All of those things help us out tremendously. If you are interested in supporting our community a little bit further, you can consider becoming a member here on our YouTube channel. Membership are the cheapest that you can possibly get on this platform or any other because they let me choose that here on YouTube. Yay! And you gain access to the emotes that show you all of the emotions of a dungeon master. I really like these emotes. They're awesome. You can use them in other people's comment sections to fuck with them. Aside from that, if you're interested in joining any of our games, we do have open slots available. We have an open campaign slot for our Friday early campaign. We currently have 2 seated players. We are waiting for at least 3 others before beginning, but we can take at most 4 others. And any type of campaign, anything you want, so long as it's in our living universe, we can run it. And I believe we have open slots available in our Saturday early campaign as well. So if you're interested in any of those, just comment something, reach out to me, let me know, or go to our Patreon, which is listed down in the description below. That's a lot more long-winded, but I'm getting back to streaming, so I'll find a way to compress it a little bit more later on. So, anyways, Sneaky Pimp, can you tell us what happened last session?
Oh boy, I said I was going to give you Spark Notes. Prepare for Spark Notes. So we saved the captain of the airship from a Volstrucker who had mind controlled and interrogated Sinclair, unfortunately, and had to bust you all out Saul Goodman style. We found that there's another room that was damaged. We could hear someone on the other side. We teleported in, and it was a man in a torture device with a bunch of arcane runes. Sorry, I'm rereading just to make sure I'm getting all this correct, so I'm not just jumping around all over the place. Sinclair used Dimension Door, taking boat to the room the captain had been in, so safe from the torture device. Found out that it was a medical researcher from the Empire who was working on basically some sort of project to enhance the abilities of certain individuals to give them strength. But the researcher wanted no part of it, so the Volstrucker was essentially interrogating him to get the information out. But we were able to get him free, and we will talk to him later. We went in a little bit deeper, found some flaming skulls that were essentially discount flaming skulls. They were just a lot, and they just kept attacking. We moved around. We dealt with a couple more of the hooded Reaper individuals of the failed test experiments. Found a pretty large vault door. Oh, I'm sorry. Sinclair got a cloak that turned him invisible, and he just trotted off all over the place. We're still looking for him. We hope that we can find him one day. We found a vault door, and after doing some digging, we were able to open it up, finding a large vault area with a very large disco ball diamond at the end of it, being protected by a magical wall. Once in, however, a pressure plate was touched and the door sealed, and we were attacked by a swarm of ghouls. Capriccio used a pretty big whirlpool to try to pull them all together, which worked pretty well. Argon and Sinclair broke the barrier wall. That way, we were able to actually approach the Volstrucker and deal with him properly. And finally, we were able to kill him with, I believe it was Sinclair, with giving him the pincushion treatment in the eyes. And that is where we picked up, I believe.
So, you all begin catching your breath. Argon leaning against the wall from nearly dying to this individual. Theo, after being maimed multiple times today, though you have received a tremendous amount of healing, also very fatigued from the fighting that you've had to endure. Braska living his glory days.
So is this dude just pinned to the wall?
Oh yeah.
You peek inside, and yeah, there are 2 bolts or 2 arrows lodged into the wall behind him through his eye sockets.
I'll just put like my head against the back of his neck and just push him off the wall onto the ground.
I'm gonna kneel down and just look at the dead Volstrucker.
I will assist.
He may be rigged.
And
If he is, we'll find out soon enough.
Good. I'm gonna stand on this side because I've already blown up one magic item.
Alrighty. So, as you began investigating the body, Theo, go ahead and roll. You are being assisted by Zurazar.
I'm obviously going to drop the maelstrom at this point and go over to where everybody else is.
19.
19. Looking through, you start rummaging through some of the pockets of this individual, and as you do that, let me look at, no, yes. Capriccio, you hear a slight sizzling sound coming from inside that nook. Nobody else hears it.
Which nook? Can you point it out?
This one, that everybody else is in.
Sizzling from in there.
It's a high-pitched
Can you guys hear that? It's coming from where you are.
Hmm.
I need all three of you to give me dexterity saving throws. Zurazar, Theo, and Argan. As the body begins inflating at an incredible rate before expanding and exploding around you.
I'll use my evasion as well.
17 is a success.
So I just.
Well, just barely a success. Nice.
Oh, nice. I just hearing that and be like, So Zurazar just like stands up, takes a step out, and just leans up against this wall.
I'll use my my game advantage.
Alrighty.
God dang. I had a feeling it was be bad.
All right. Argan and Theo, both of you will suffer 30 points of bludgeoning damage as the body expands and then explodes outwards, sending each portion of it everywhere, leaving it stuck to every crevice of this corner.
You all right?
I'm going to use the thing I never remember to use. I'm going to use Stone's Endurance. Decrease that by D12.
Let's go. Let's go.
Good ability.
Just don't roll the one.
Oh,
hey, there's a 1 in there.
You don't go down.
That's pretty
13.
good.
Yeah.
So, what was it? Total 30, you said?
30 points. Yeah.
30. So, all right. So, 17.
Zurazar just peeks his head in.
Oh.
Everyone all right?
No.
Yeah, we heard it. Oh, that looks nasty.
I'll look around. It says now there's chunks everywhere. I'm assuming that there's things that survived. That's noticeable.
From the individual, none of the things that they had on their person survived, aside from a wand that they had.
Oh.
I'm gonna cast Predigitation on myself and on Argan if he doesn't do it to himself.
Yeah, I'll clean myself out.
Yeah. Get this. So, wand on the floor.
As soon as this happens, I'm going to very quickly go over there, seeing that at least Argan is not in a very good state, and also Theo, apparently. And I'm going to cast a 4th level healing word on both of them. So that'll be 4d4 plus 5 for each of you.
So that's 13 to Argan.
Ooh.
And then because I have... Oh, you want me to roll it separately? Okay.
Oh, yeah, since you're doing it twice, you have to roll for each casting.
Okay, yeah.
There's no guarantee this is it.
So that'll be an 18.
18 to Argan? Nice.
And that'll be a 13. And then because I have my moon cycle, I'm going to add another d4 to each of them.
Nice. One more to Argan.
19. 17?
Relatively the same.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys okay?
Oh, thank you, Capriccio.
No
Yeah,
problem.
thanks. Feeling better now.
So,
At least a bit.
Theo, you have this long, twisted white wood wand in your hand right now. The base of it has a chiseled out grip for the hand to hold that's incredibly smooth, very well crafted and whittled through, and it twists all the way up to a point where you look at the tip where it has this little ruby plugged right into it.
Looks like a interesting wand. Aryan, you want to take a look at this? I think you're better with magical items than I am.
Yeah, I mean, I can take a look. It'll take some time. I don't have identify prepared, though Fordrum might. Fordrum's not here. He's at the ship.
Right. No worries. Why don't you hold on to this, and for now,
Okay.
I'll hand it over.
So
Is this spell book somewhere in his clothing? Or on the wall? The ceiling?
I'm pretty sure the spell book is like shredded.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as a Volstrucker, like if you have some contingencies for when you die.
It's with his body, so it's over there and over there and over there.
We just find the spine. It'd be like, a series of unfortunate
Oh,
events.
the book
my
spine,
favorite.
right?
I was gonna say his actual spine's out here.
Well,
exiting out, all of you lay your eyes on this magnificently large looking diamond placed on top of a pedestal. Though there's these little blackened splotches all throughout it that seem to be moving around inside, it seems to come from the origin of the magic placed inside of this diamond. Moving closer towards it, Braska, this diamond is the size of your chest.
Oh, we're gonna get a payday off of this.
If it doesn't explode as well.
we'll have to get
Yeah,
that
actually,
out.
can we get a magic guy to check that it won't do that?
Yeah, maybe we should check it before we even try to move it.
Look, the last time I checked something out here, it blew up on me.
And Argan can check.
I warned you.
Yeah, I mean, I can cast detect magic, but again, it's going to take me 10 minutes.
Oh, I can do that.
I know you can.
I do that.
Braska, you breathe in the taste of magic emanating from this large diamond, and you sense necromancy coming from it. Also, I need each of you to roll me a d20.
Oh,
All of us?
Yes.
that's what I rolled at the very beginning. Nice.
Oh,
Rolled high.
Ooh, Theo.
So 17 is the highest. Did everybody roll?
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing somebody.
Fordrum's not here. Did you want him to roll?
I rolled.
Yeah, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
did he? Oh, Fordrum rolled. Oh, yeah. He did.
Sinclair we're missing.
Ah, okay. Braska, you get a viewer inspiration from Ruka. Thank you, Ruka.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
She wanted y'all to roll for it. So, you sense necromancy coming off of it, and a very large amount of necromancy at that. And then you
Oh,
look over
that's-
at that wand, and there's a little bit of evocation coming from it.
Okay, so this thing's got big bad juju. The wand's got a little of I don't know juju. There's a lot of
Evocation is
stuff.
Boom boom magic.
Yeah, could be anything.
nicely put. So does that mean we're not taking the crystal then?
Well,
No, we're taking it. We just have to figure out how.
all
So-
right. I will sit down in front of the crystal. I'll pull out my spell book, and I'll start working on casting Identify on this crystal.
Alrighty.
So if that has bad juju on it, can't you just dispel the magic that's on it and then just normal crystal?
Mm,
Maybe.
it may just make it inert for temporary purposes.
Theoretically,
Temporary purposes
dispel-
is all I really need to carry it.
Depending upon what's on it, theoretically, dispelling it could just make it
Worse.
dissolve into dust or.
Ooh.
Oh, by the way, if I may make a recommendation, if we're going to be carrying this large crystal back to the ship, it's going to be slightly obvious. If I may make a recommendation, Sinclair, that robe that you had, whenever you put the hood up, you seem to disappear. Perhaps we can wrap that in there and pull the hood up and Braska
Doesn't seem to
essentially.
work right now.
Hmm.
We'll have to wait till Argan tells me how to make it work again.
That is fair, and I still want to talk to you about that later.
We can shove.
It's really on that.
We'll just
You're
shove it under
absolutely right.
Broska's coat and just let Broska smuggle it out like he's
I
pregnant.
would say
We
we could put
sounds
it in
about
the
right.
portable hole, but the portable hole went away.
Yes, it did.
So, Argan, you begin taking the 10 minutes. During the 10 minutes, what's everybody else doing?
I want
Uh,
to check to see if there's any like hidden doorway on this wall that he was hiding against.
Sure. Roll
Let's
me an
stick around.
investigation.
Stick
I'm playing
around.
with the spine.
Guidance.
All
I'm
right.
going to go ahead and use my 3 remaining charges of Balm of the Summer Court on Argon while he's identifying. So that'll be a 3d6 and 3 temporary hit points for you, Argon. That's a 10.
25 on my
Thank
investigation.
you.
You are positive that there are no false walls back here.
Okay, so I don't know how he turned it on and got behind the wall.
Argan. As you are identifying this object, you feel a sickness radiating off of it, making it uncomfortable for you to touch. The sickness seems to crawl through the point that you are connected to it with your fingertip, all the way up your arm and down your spine, where you just feel cruddy and icky, like the worst type of being swallowed by a purple worm and being carved out of it forcibly.
Fun.
Yeah.
I'll describe the feeling to everybody else. Sinclair, you know more about necromancy than I do.
And I know more about crawling out of worm guts.
That's true.
Now, as you identify this object, this is a Defiler Stone. A magical, temporary construct that can only be forged by sacrificing 1,000 lives in order to invigorate it. Once done, the individual who sacrificed these lives may perform a ritual to meld those souls into whatever form of a consciousness they desire and place it into the body of an individual who receives a similar ritual to that.
How many souls are currently stuck in it, Argon? Does it tell you that? Because it's probably not complete if he was still working on it.
Argan, roll me an Arcana check for that question.
Okay.
And it is dealing with a magical item, so you should get your other ability.
Can we guide this?
He was asked the question, so you know he's going to be making the check. You could, yeah.
Guidance then.
I'm starting to see
Saving throw.
Gorinsky's point.
21.
21. All right. The moment this thing had the ritual placed into it was the moment that the souls were all destroyed. There are no souls trapped inside of it. The souls were sacrificed as part of the ritual. This level of necromancy has not been practiced on the material realm since the days of the Age of Arcanum. Those souls are gone. Destroyed.
So there's nothing left in there, Sinclair, that we have to free.
Yes.
And what are the little black things floating around inside of it?
You said it was a temporary construct?
Yes?
Do I have any idea how to... I mean, if I unmake it, does the whole thing go away? I mean, does it shatter the diamond? Does it...
There would be two ways to undo this. The first one is a simple dispel magic, which would destroy the diamond in the process as well. That level of magical strain, an object like this could not withstand it. Or you could attempt to produce your own ritual to dismantle the magic that was placed inside of it without destroying the object itself. That would take you possibly a day, maybe a little longer, depending on how well you perform your rituals. Anybody who is a ritual caster would be able to assist you in that.
So Broska could help.
Anybody who is a good ritual caster could help
Hey,
you with
I have
that.
a 5th level ritual.
True, yeah, you're amazing. I forgot you're the strongest mage in the party.
I don't know who else that would count then. I think maybe
Fortrum.
Capriccio and Fortrum, I think, are both
I-
ritual casters, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a
Yes.
druid. I'm a ritual caster.
Yeah.
I will help you, Argan.
I know Argan's pretty much tapped out today.
So the bigger question, is it safe to touch right now?
Probably not. You may accidentally unleash whatever magic is in it, probably.
Just touching it long enough to identify it was nauseating. I can't imagine carrying it out of here would feel any better.
I can handle nauseating.
Do I know anything
You've seen the way I
about
eat.
this type of magic since it's my preferred school of magic?
Roll me an Arcana check.
And my god is the god of death?
Yeah, Arcana.
I'm going to use my game inspiration. Arcana.
Wait, do I have a game inspiration? I forget.
Everyone
You
gets-
get one freebie per session, and you got one for doing the recap. So you have two
Oh.
of them. So 2 times this game, you can go, fuck it, I'm using my advantage.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Good
Yeah.
to know.
That's why doing the recap's actually not a bad thing.
I never said it was.
10.
Unless yeah.
This is something that clearly your goddess and her entire church would be diametrically opposed to. This is the type of stuff that they would seek to never allow. But that's all you really know about it.
Yeah, I know it's heretical in our order.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not keeping the magical part of it. We'll get rid of it one way or the other.
I just don't know what kind of necromancy he's got in it, though. What do you think it is? Is it the actual procedure to turn into wraiths? You think?
Why would anyone create such a thing?
Well, I thought it would imbue one person. It said, I thought it would do. So maybe he was trying to create. Well, no, but he was done with it.
It said it can do that to any creatures that received
any
a
creatures.
similar ritual.
Oh, okay.
No
So he was
limitation.
That's probably what he was doing to create the ghouls and the wraiths, but
I mean, does it matter now?
it does if that wasn't what he created and there's something else he created.
He created those hooded reaper people, didn't he?
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure if that's what was. Do I have any way of knowing what the spell it was that he created? If it was the reapers, if it was the ghouls, if it was something we haven't ran into yet?
The limitation of your current spell would not yield that information to you. You would need something more powerful, like a legend lore.
Argan,
Yeah.
does the pattern on the floor that this thing's connected to mean anything? Like, are these all arcane runes?
Well, one of
some
them
sort?
had a pressure plate, so I don't think they're all runes, if anything.
Well, I'm just wondering if this thing's fixed into the ground here, if it's feeding into other things.
Well, Braska's still got his whole he can see magic. What does it look like, Braska?
Does it look like anything like that, or
Looking along the floor, there's no magical pressure plates. It's just a tiling over top of the pressure plates that connected to activating those magical sources.
Far as I can tell, the only meaning in the floor is that there's a floor.
Oh, so then we can probably take the diamond off of there, no problem.
Well, yeah, as long as it's safe to touch,
Which it's currently not.
as far as we know.
We don't have a big enough box to go around it to keep it from hurting us.
Oh no, and this couldn't even fit into a typical bag of holding. It's too large to get through the entry.
No, I was more talking about the lead line boxes that we have.
Oh yeah, no.
If I may, we do still have a bunch of ghoul bodies around. If we want to test the theory, we just put one of their hands to it.
And test what?
You're afraid that it's not. We shouldn't touch it due to some sort of consequence. If we have something that's already dead, touch it, then we
I
can
touch
see.
it with the spine.
No, we can do that.
Flop.
Well,
Question.
Yeah,
I mean,
it just sits there.
I
Oh.
touched it when I identified it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so why are we having this conversation?
Oh, in that
We
case,
should-
I just pick it up.
Yeah.
Question. So
That's
it
not a
wouldn't
wise
fit.
idea.
It wouldn't
Roscoe.
fit through the
No,
opening.
but it's my
of
idea.
a-
What
What
is
would you expect?
everybody?
Wait,
Please, Capriccio was
Sorry.
speaking. Continue, Capriccio.
So it couldn't fit through the opening of a bag of holding. What if we reduce it and then we put it in?
That's not a bad
We
Uh,
don't know what the effects of putting magic into another magical object can do. The last time we messed with something magically that was magically, Argan got see-through fingers.
Well, I'm not putting magic in it. I'm just
Don't we
putting it
put,
on it.
Don't we put magic items in bags of holding all the time though?
Oh yeah, you could totally. You guys all know that works out fine so long as it's not extra dimensional space.
Yeah.
Space. And Argan
No-
identified this is not an extra dimensional space.
No. I was talking about
The
you're wanting
dodecahedron.
to. I'm talking about when we infused magic into the Moonstone, it nearly blew up.
But we're not
don't
trying to
know
do
if-
anything.
You're wanting to put magic into this thing that's already attuned to a different magic.
No, that's not what he said. He said he wants to because they would have to reduce
Yeah.
it to do that. I mean,
I
Yeah.
mean, cast enlarge and reduce. Yeah.
If you
Yes.
cast enlarge on the bag of holding, that would be work. That would probably work. They would just be stuck until you enlarge the bag of holding again.
Or I could just carry it.
Yeah, why don't
Sounds
I don't think it's wise to carry it if it's
Neither
putting
am
a
I.
taint out that affected Argan while he was casting Identify.
What do you think, Argan? Do you think it would be safe to reduce it using magic? And put it in the bag of holding?
I have never tried that. The one time I cast a spell on an object that was a focus for another spell, it backfired. I can't tell you that that's 100% it will, but
If you're going to cast something and you're set on doing it right here and right now, enlarge the they can then use their enlarged bag to swallow the object. That would work.
If I cast enlarge on a bag of holding, would that make the opening bigger, Argan?
I don't see why not. It should all be in proportion.
Okay, we can try that out too.
Question:
mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to have me just try carrying it before we go and complicate this way more than we need to?
Yeah, I
You
think,
want a
I
worm
think-
in your belly like Fordrum?
I think the problem is more so
You know
we
the
don't
answer to
want
that.
to. I think the problem is more so we don't want to walk around carrying that thing.
No,
I
it's
don't mind.
more of
Like,
this
be
thing
seen.
is necromancy and evil. I don't want y'all getting cursed.
I mean,
As someone
Broska's,
who uses curse magic a lot, that's bad juju.
Well, that's
Broska,
what
do
I
you,
keep the rest of you around for.
Broska, do you feel cursed?
No.
Okay, we should be good to go then. I
Alright.
I do agree though. I feel like we are overcomplicating this. We need to just get out of here because I don't know if you all actually I'll look over. Is the vault door still closed?
Yes, it is.
Uh-oh.
I just want to point this out. We're still sealed in here. So we're having a lot of hypotheticals when we don't have a way out yet.
I'm just saying it's better safe than sorry. If you're going to do anything with the object, enlarge the bag, put the object in the bag.
Can
Well,
we,
either
don't
way, I
carry
have
it.
to at least pick it up to put it in the bag. So let me just see if that works.
and we
Just-
still need to find a way to leave this place first. I'm gonna walk over to the door and see if I can just push it open if it's unlocked.
You start pushing against the door. That's solidly shut. This thing was.
Oh, you got it.
He sealed it. Yeah.
let me. I'm just gonna try picking it up. Just testing it out.
I'm looking at things on your character sheet. Okay. Braska, you have a strength score of 22, correct?
Correct.
So 22 times 15. Double it for Furbolg and double it for Bear totem?
Barbarian. Yep.
Okay. As you reach over and move your arms underneath the diamond and begin lifting, all of you for the first time see Braska straining his entire body and strength to just barely lift it up. This thing
This thing fucks.
clearly weighs over 1,000 pounds. It is a diamond that the width of it is the width of your fucking chest.
That's a girthy diamond.
That means it won't work in a bag of holding, correct?
Well, you can't, as is, put it into a bag of holding, but enlarging the bag of holding, like they were saying, theoretically it should be able to fit inside.
Well, I
Okay.
thought bag of holdings have weight limit, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's like 500 pounds or something.
Ooh, that's a good point. Did it? Hold on.
I
That's
thought
the
it.
reason
I
why
thought it was
portable
space limit, not weight. Oh yeah, it's weight. The bag can hold up to 5. Yeah, no, it cannot fit into a bag of holding.
That's
ever.
why portable hole's better
Yeah.
because it's bigger, and you can stuff something bigger in it.
So, Braska,
So
you are encumbered while carrying this and your stuff that you own, meaning you're
Alright.
half movement speed while moving.
If you put it on the ground, can you roll it?
That sounds smarter. I'm gonna do that.
we still have to leave through the hole in the ceiling, though. Is the thing.
It cracks and breaks the stone flooring as you place it there.
Ooh, and it breaks stuff too. I love this.
Well, I guess this is putting my my disco ball and Cloud 9 idea on pause, but oh well.
Hey, I wonder if you get enough momentum, if you roll that thing towards the door, will it bust the door open?
Well, I
Uh,
could, but let me just see if I could. If I'm just the only
Well-
one here with any muscle.
Roscoe, you also said there were other pressure plates on the floor, right?
Did I? No, I said I didn't see anything in the floor.
Well, you stepped on a pressure plate that sealed us in. There must be a pressure plate that releases us, right?
That makes sense to me. So it's probably wrong.
So, Braska, as you're trying to move it across the floor, you have to move it on each of its more smooth sides as it's snapping against the floor, breaking and cracking into the stone as you do so. It is a very slow and tedious process, slower than you just walking with it.
Also, I just thought of this. If Dispel Magic just nullifies the effects, how long does it normally nullify the magical effects that are on the actual thing?
Generally, if it's a spell, it's permanent.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a permanent effect, then I think it's an
24
hour.
hours, I think.
Well, why don't we dispel it, and then we can reduce it because it is no longer at risk of any sort of magical mishap, and that way we can carry it easier.
Because if I dispel it, it will be destroyed. I can't dispel it. It will not harness. It'll not hold its own magic if I dispel it. I already discovered that.
So
The only way to get rid of the magic and save it is for me to create a ritual to get rid of the magic.
and do you know the ritual?
I can probably come up with one with some help from Capriccio and preferably with Fordrum's help, but it will take a
Arden,
day.
Do you think the Sheila at your academy would know anything about this type of stone? Since
I
her
do
magic is about necromancy like mine?
I don't really want to take this anywhere near the academy.
No. I'm saying because Fordrum's met her before because she was at the ceremony and everything for your examination. We used the undead from there. It's her school of preference, like mine, maybe
she
she's
was-
got better understanding of how a ritual might be done to reverse the
maybe,
effects.
but
Do we
she
really-
was she was
Okay,
just a fifth-year student.
And not only that, do we really want to drag her into this? I imagine once she realizes what this diamond is and so on and so forth, I'm some way or form they're going to know that she was involved.
Yeah, I'd
Well,
rather
it's,
not drag anybody else into this.
It's not so much dragging someone into it, it's we're sending and asking a question. I'm not
Cor-
saying we bring her here. I'm just saying we contact her, get some insight onto rituals that can cleanse these types of stones. Because if my church finds out about it, they will want it destroyed.
You,
Which
you
means
Well-
you lose your diamond.
it's not a bad idea, but you are still informing them of what you're giving them some information. Sometimes less is more.
It's someone from his school.
It,
Him being here already involves the school.
but not her specifically.
Yeah, I don't really want to involve someone else from the school on this, but we can figure out a way to get rid of it. I just need a day.
And
Or
we also
so.
need to get out of this vault.
Yes. So
So-
let's focus on getting out of the vault, and then we'll worry about how to get this thing out of it.
Does the door have a lock?
On this side, there's a very intricate system of brass and iron bars that go throughout the entire door that lodged into the walls themselves. Anybody proficient in thieves' tools may roll me a thieves' tools check utilizing wisdom.
I can do that because I still have wisdom.
Do you think you can figure that out, Zuru?
I can give it a shot.
I will guide her.
Are you the only person in the party proficient in thieves' tools?
Am I?
Damn, y'all
Probably.
are some squares.
I know, right?
my
None of y'all
background
have
just doesn't come
tragic
with it.
backstories? What the?
I just kick
Disguise
doors
kit.
in. That's all I need.
Damn, it's not even a tragic backstory.
know.
It's just like y'all people just don't like to steal. I bet I'll also use one of my inspirations to give myself advantage because why not?
I've got
And
disguise
guidance.
kit, mask making, and fiend contracts. Like that's all I've got for my background.
Didn't even need it. That's a
So,
wait. I forget what the hang on. I got to make sure that
And I've got the most tragic backstory. of all.
I've got gloves of thievery. I want to make sure that is. Oh no, it's dexterity. So it would just be a 23 plus the guidance. So that is 24.
24. You start looking at the wall, and this is, well, it's just a puzzle, realistically. It's like a much larger version of a small little padlock that was custom designed by somebody who, by your best estimate, is probably ingenious. You take out a piece of parchment, start looking at it, looking how different grooves move different areas, and how when you move some of them, they lock other ones into positions, and when you move other ones, it gives them other rooms to move and slide, and you start mapping it all out, and it's going to take you an hour to figure this out.
Anyone got a pet roast monster?
This whoever made this is definitely smart. Though unfortunately for them, I am smarter, and I'm going to just proceed.
So,
While he's working on that, I'm going to check out the items in the cubbies that set up the wall. See if there's anything left of them.
all right. You mean the two over here?
Yeah.
All right, roll me a investigation.
I can tell you this much. This one down here at the bottom is blown up.
No, that's right. You hit it with a sword.
Yes. Yeah.
How long do you think it's gonna take you, Zuru?
Maybe about an hour, but maybe if I'm a little lucky, which I do feel, maybe less.
If you, I mean, if it's gonna take you an hour, something else I can do is it'll take me an hour as well, but I could just teleport all of us out of here.
Let's save the teleporting for when we leave the hole.
Okay.
Short rest for the rest of us.
I
Short
plan
rest?
not. I plan not to, have another mishap like before.
Short
It's,
rest.
it's not the teleport spell.
It's not my teleport.
It's a class feature.
So, as you are investigating through Argon, you find that the floor is still very moist from the water that pulsed through here. Oh, it's not 1,000. It's more than 1,000 pounds, Brosco.
That doesn't much change the nature of my question, though.
Okay. Let me finish Argon's and then I'll look at it. But when you look over at some of the moisture in the corners, you start moving the water away and your fingertips get a little bloody. And then you look down and there's diamond dust from when it exploded. So you start gathering all of the liquid as you can into vials. You have 400 GP worth of diamond dust from the bottom cubby.
All right.
And in the top cubby, you find 600 GP worth of diamond dust.
I bet you anything the other 200's embedded in my gut right now.
Probably.
Because I took some shrapnel from it.
I'm gonna do a brief check of the other room, see if there's anything in there other than the zombies.
Whoops. Wrong one. Ignore that.
All right. Going through them, you find a lot of scraps of clothing. You find scratch marks on the walls. You find old shoes and what looks like just more or less jail cells for people.
Okay.
Hey, Argon, how do you think he got behind the wall if he turned on the things?
Well, they were a focus. He didn't necessarily have to activate them from there, or it could have been a time trigger. There's a lot of different ways he could have done it.
Is everyone rolling their hit dice for their short rest?
I'm not
Yes.
taking. I was investigating, so I didn't take one.
I'm not taking a short rest because I'm doing this puzzle. So
I guess I've got 10 minutes. I'll identify the wand.
Okay.
And if you got another 10, could you identify the float?
Yes.
And I will pop 2 hit die. Let me just...
So, you identified this as a Wand of Wonder. Requires attunement by a spellcaster. The wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges and choose a target within 120 feet of you. The target can be a creature, an object, or a point in space. Roll D100 and consult the following table to discover what happens. Yeah, it could cast Slow, Fairy Fire. You are stunned until the start of your next turn, believing something awesome just happened. You cast Gust of Wind. You cast Detect Thoughts. If you didn't target a creature, you instead take 1d6 psychic damage. You cast Stinking Cloud. Heavy rain falls in a 60-foot radius centered on the target. The rain falls until the start of your next turn. An animal appears in an unoccupied space nearest the target. The animal isn't under your control and acts as it normally would. Roll a d100 to determine what type of animal it would be. You cast Lightning Bolt. A cloud of 600 oversized butterflies fills a 30-foot radius centered on the target. The area becomes heavily obscured. The butterflies remain for 10 minutes, so on and so forth.
that's such a chaotic item. I love it.
What was that?
Wand of Wonders.
It is.
Oh.
It is chaos incarnate and entirely against everything Argon would ever use.
That
I
sounds
love-
like an awesome one.
I
Yeah,
love it.
That is the
It's
deck.
it's fair chaos compared to the deck. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the actual item, what it looks like, it's just like a giant golden stick with like a bunch of gems just sticking out of it. It's great. It's just so flashy and unnecessary.
Hmm.
All right, yeah, and then I guess I'll cast on the cloak.
Okay. This is a cloak. Want to make sure it's not something else. Cloak of Invisibility. Once per long rest, the attuned creature to this cloak may cast the invisible spell on the cloak. Anything that is underneath said cloak remains invisible for the duration of the spell, until if the creature makes an attack or cast a spell.
Okay, I'll let Sinclair know what it does.
Once per long rest.
So it's basically invisibility once per long rest.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it requires attunement.
Oh.
Now, during that, Zurazar, you've solved the puzzle. You know which pieces need to move to which areas. Now you just need somebody with big enough hands to move it.
Roska, could you move this one for me real fast? And then I'm gonna point to the other ones I need you to move for me.
Okay.
So,
Here you go, Zurzar.
Oh, thank you. And here. And he will unclasp his cloak of Elvenkind and toss it to you.
Oh, you can keep that.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Zurazar, you can't wear two cloaks at the same time.
I-
That's a
I
little
know.
too ostentatious.
No. The idea was I was gonna swap clokes.
I know.
because He'll look
Sorry.
at it, he'll shrug. It's like, my cloak collection grows, I suppose. Thank you. Do you want the I know it's a little much, but do you want the bathrobe?
A bathrobe, 2 cloaks.
I mean, I'm offering you the bathrobe.
Does the bathrobe require attunement?
I think so.
Did
Yeah,
it?
I think it did.
I think so. Unless you just want the fact that it's short. That it does for free.
That it does for free, correct.
What does the bathrobe do again?
You basically get the benefits of a long rest with a short rest, if I recall correctly. But
Yeah.
that only opens once per day.
You gain the benefits of a short rest in 10 minutes
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and a
okay.
long
Cat
rest
nap.
in 4 hours.
Oh, that's still good
Yeah.
though. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll take the bathrobe. I may not attend to it, but it's
Nice.
still.
He will look at it for a moment and will say, you will be in good hands," and I'll pass it off.
Hey, I'm the shortest one here. It'll probably cover more.
No,
Nope.
it won't.
It automatically resizes to just barely cover your nether regions. That is how it
Well-
was intentionally designed magically.
Plus,
God,
I-
Gilmore.
Plus, in fairness, I do have silk robes back in Marquette, so I really don't need this.
So yeah, you all learn a little bit too much about Sinclair.
Capriccia flutters closer
Oh,
to
they've seen me
Zurazar.
sandbags at this
He
point.
goes, "You have
You guys
cloak
were
connection?"
smart
What'd
not
you
to
say,
give that to me.
Capriccio? What'd you say?
Capriccia flutters closer to Zurazar and he goes, "You have a cloak collection?"
I do now.
Hmm.
But anyway, I'll have to attune to this later, and he will fold the cloak of visibility nice and neat, put it into his bag. Anyway, Broska, that one, then that one, then that one.
So you start maneuvering, pointing him into the proper directions, and after about 5 minutes or so of Broska moving all of these large metallic kinks, you eventually have removed all of the ones that stuck this wall into the walls, or stuck this door into the walls. With a heavy pull, Broska manages to slide the hefty door open for you all.
There we are. Now
Broska,
for
the
part-
first time you've ever picked a lock.
Huh. So that's what that's like.
Isn't it quite
Hey.
fun?
Yeah, you can keep it.
Keep what? Oh, keep it. Oh, of course. So now for part 2 of this plan, the gem.
Yep.
And yet again, you have to strain your entire body, and everybody sees that Braska is physically straining himself for quite literally the first time you've ever seen.
Are you sure you're gonna be able to carry it all the way, Brosco?
Oh yeah, sure.
Insight. Oh wait, can I insight you, Brosco?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Braska's unwavering confidence in himself.
Wow, that's low.
So what does Capriccio gleam from you, Braska?
I've never not been able to carry something. So with that information in hand, I think I'll be able to carry this.
He doesn't seem convinced, but he just goes, okay. All right.
Do
Just
you
be
need
careful.
Do you need me to help you, Braska?
Nah.
Because I can.
Oh, you know what? I should be at 102 health. I forgot I had tough.
Yeah, you're tough.
Yeah, so I'm not at 100. I'm at 102 max. Easy.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm the weirdest rogue ever.
So,
I mean, I'm no Braska, but I do have a fairly high carry capacity.
All right, you can help a little bit.
Okay. I'll like pick up part. I'll like follow behind him in the cart and just push forward. Take some of the weight off of him.
I must remind everyone, we do still have those chests with the evidence in there. We do need to untrap them.
Okay.
Sounds like a you thing. Sounds like a you thing.
No, it's magically trapped. Remember, if we try to open it, it would have blown up.
How many of them are left?
We opened one. There are 3 more.
I can dispel them all.
Oh,
Nice.
there we go. Now we can collect all the evidence.
alrighty.
The robes had the negative side effect of once you use the effect, you can't unattune for 7 days, right?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep. But you
Yeah.
get to sleep like an elf.
I get to lounge around like Hugh Hefner.
True.
That's why I've called it the robes of Hugh Hefner.
I'll allow it. So, well then, everybody, you all start heading back, and over the course of 2 hours, Braska, I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
What were the other evidence in the 3 chests that
Oh.
we were able to open?
Sorry, it was the same thing as the first chest. It was just personal effects and belongings to Zemnian drafted individuals.
All right,
Bless you,
I'm going to be
puppy.
using my the recent inspiration I just got
Already.
for this.
26. Good call that you did. The DC was 15.
Right?
Well, wouldn't he have got the help action from me?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm keeping that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm only strength 10, but I do have double carry capacity.
You
So-
can help more than anybody else in this
Yeah.
party could.
I can bonus action help by giving motivational speeches.
Yes. You're doing great. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Use your legs, not your back.
You're doing
The-
amazing.
I think
sweetie.
he's using his chair. Like a forklift.
Just place it on my lap. The chair goes immediately prone. Oh, fuck.
He can't. The chair can't go prone.
Anyways.
It's immune to the prone condition.
After a couple of hours, you all make it back over to the ship. Forge room, you hear the exhausted grunting of Braska before you hear the rest of the party. And when you look over the ship, you see that he and Argan are carrying this very large object that I believe you guys said you were covering instead of walking through town with.
So, since I don't know if we have anything to cover it, I will burn 2 4th level spell slots because I'm out of thirds, and I will cast Invisibility and Me on Braska. Each one will last an hour, and it counts for what you're carrying.
Perfect.
which is why I'm doing both of us.
All right.
So
That works out
everyone
then.
will have to circle around us to make sure nobody bumps into us, but at least the two of us will be invisible.
Well, the ship is on the coastline out here in the marsh, so we're not
It
It
necessarily
is
going
not
back into
in
town.
the marsh. It is
Argu-
on the coastline in the ocean through town.
Yeah.
Argon, if you want to save your spell slots, I could just twin cast invisibility on you too.
That's fine. I'll take it. I got it.
Okay,
Don't worry about it.
alright.
Save those in case you need them.
All right.
So, yet again, Fordrum, you hear them, but you don't see them, but you do see that they've created a semicircle that looks approximately Argon and Braska sized, give or take one other person.
Huh. We should,
Oh, and you see me in my bathroom.
well, I was gonna say we should fly over there, but maybe this is anyway. No, yeah, fly over there.
With that angle, I don't know if that's a good idea.
The first mate will swoop over towards the town and drops down the floating ladder towards them.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Really, Joey?
He said fly over there to get him. That's
Yeah. Hey.
how else do you get people when you're not at a dock?
Yeah.
Make us seeable.
I'll end the spell.
Oh, hey, what do you have?
Diamond, big ass.
All right, I got it. You guys come on up. I'll get the. Well, there's pulleys. Well, hold on. I got this. And I'm
By
gonna
the way,
rig up pulleys from the ship over out on the edge of one of the sail arms.
Hmm. And this
And
will
just-
be an all hands on deck to pull it up.
Yeah, that's pulleys. It makes everything lighter.
the slightly Zemnian man come by.
At least Zemnian man.
Ordrum took him with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fordham took him.
You mean? Yeah, I sort of point at you. Do you mean the masseuse?
No.
No, the one that was down below.
Researcher.
Because you weren't here last
Oh,
session,
that's
they
right,
found
he was-
somebody in the opposite room that was a
Right.
Zemnian man. We just said that you came back because Braska
remember-
kept your flask and.
Yeah. I read it. Yeah.
the-
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
He's sitting there. He's like, hello there.
He took the doctor.
Yeah, that guy. We got everybody. I got everybody.
So, you all pulley it up with half the town looking as this gigantic fucking diamond is being lifted into the air onto a flying ship with Cloud 9 written on the side of it.
We should take off as soon as everyone's aboard.
The first mate nods.
Let's
Before
definitely get over the ocean before anyone else tries to nab one of us.
Yeah, well, or before the town guards decide they need to inspect and do customs.
Random
They-
inspection.
Good, make sure you paid customs on all your cargo.
Be the first death in this town. Whoop.
So,
I figured it was only a matter of time until we were wanted criminals. So
the crew is staring at the diamond in awe. And Braska and Argon, since both of you were carrying it for that long, both of you are feeling gross. And no matter how many times you cast Prestidigitation, you continue to feel that gross. And Braska, it's not like you worked out type of gross, right? It's just like it feels foul on you.
I feel like I took a bath or something.
You what?
Well, you don't smell it.
Oh my god.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
Prolonged
Fordrum,
exposure has caused a sick feeling from touching this thing.
yeah,
It's what
that thing is
prompted me.
pure evil, Fordrum.
Why are we? Well, never mind. I know what's on the ship. Got it. All right. So here, I take out some piece of coal because I don't really use chalk, and I'm gonna draw a circle as close to 10 feet away from the diamond as I can, and I'm gonna go. Try not to go within this circle. Everybody? And I'm looking around. I'm not worried about the party members more as like captain and shipmates.
Well, the captain is downstairs in the infirmary right now. being tended to. The shipmates, they all are kind of just like eyeing one another and eyeing it and then eyeing you and just like nodding reluctantly.
Right. I look around and I go, I know. It looks really tempting. It's probably very evil. And if we get lucky, we're going to break it up. So.
Also, the circle he just put down, that lets me know whose arms to rip off if anyone crosses it.
Deception check, Braska.
I was going more for intimidation.
Yeah, but they have to think that you have capacities of magic first.
Well, that's why he
Guidance.
put it down.
Oh, okay, good point then. Yeah, intimidation.
Guidance. Oh, you don't need
fuck.
it.
You still called it, so
At that point, the crew just walks away. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Money, death, money. Nope.
You have to remember, this is the guy who speared baby dragons and then leaped onto a flying dragon.
yep.
They're going
And
to
stabbed the dragon with the baby dragons.
Jesus.
They're rightfully afraid. Exactly.
I'm just gonna sit right next to it on the line, just watching people. Because I know how evil this thing is, and I don't want anyone touching it, regardless.
So, Argon people, why are we bringing a big evil diamond onto the ship?
Because they want the money.
Because I think with a little help from you and Capriccio, we could figure out a way to unevil it.
So it's
And then it's-
magically evil.
And then it's just a big diamond.
Oh,
yes.
got it.
Can't, then Argon's gonna have to destroy it, or my church will.
We will get rid of the evil one way or the other, Sinclair, I assure you. If I have to dispel it, then I'll dispel it, and we have tens of thousands of dollars worth of diamond dust instead. But
Actually, I have a really good idea if we do go down that road, though. So let me know if that's part of the plan.
Would it turn into dynamite dust?
I
I
don't
always
know.
use diamond dust.
Well, it depends. If there's not many magics that reduce diamonds into other materials, so diamonds tend to stay as diamonds.
Well, he said it would destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't know by destroying it would it leave powder.
Argon, you would lose almost all of its value.
Yeah, so I would lose most of it. yes.
Proportionately. You'd probably
Yeah.
still walk away with like 1,000 gold worth of diamond dust. Or a 50,000 gold diamond.
So there's still some value.
You know, like
That's a big enough difference that if you made me carry 1,000 gold, I'm gonna kill you.
It's better than 1,000 copper.
already. So
I'm sure we can get it.
That
figured
fell on
out.
my head. That's different.
So, the Zemnian man comes walking towards the circle, limping on top of a wooden crutch that he's leaning against, as he's barely even able to stand. And you all see tears running down his face as he's looking at the diamond.
Yeah, this is what your research produced. 1,000 people had to die to make this.
That was never supposed to happen.
He did say he wanted to. He did say he burned all of his notes. So he did. I don't believe it is his fault. He realized what he made, and he wanted to make sure no one found it. If anything, it's the Volstrucker's fault.
This is terrible blight. It shouldn't exist. We have to report this to...
No one. How do you undo it?
Well, I am a theoretical mage.
Okay.
I do not practice the arcane arts directly at a powerful level. I just theory craft the ways of theories behind them.
So let's talk
You-
about it differently then. Let's talk about what you wove to make it.
Well,
There's got to be some sort of ritual that has to be used to make it. That would have been in the notes, correct?
Detect thoughts.
There was only a theory of the notes to actually create it. Theo, his surface thoughts. I am never going to tell anybody the secrets. This could never exist again. It needs to just not exist.
I'll tell everybody that he's just in their heads. You'll each hear in my voice in your heads one by one. He's afraid to let this secret out.
Porter nods really big and goes, "Oh," walks over towards him, and I'm going to say, "Listen, lad, we've all made mistakes. I created a horribly evil sword and had to destroy the work that I had done. We want to destroy the work that you had done. So helping us understand how to undo it doesn't mean in this party that anyone is going to remake it, nor
And-
pass along how to do so."
And
And-
as someone whose church is completely opposed to the creation of this, I want it destroyed. The only reason why I haven't done it myself is because they want the diamond.
And in all fairness as well, we have, and everyone is correct. We have no intention of recreating this thing. And I suppose, and I don't even think I need to say this, but just to reiterate the point, besides us, we have killed the only other person that knows about this. There's no one else in here that would actively wish to pursue this. So I can safely assure you that working with us is going to be your best bet.
Well, I think Ikathot would know about this as well, since he's in charge of this program.
Well, I'm sure once he finds out that it's been gone, he will assume it was destroyed.
Fordrum, roll me a
Mhm.
persuasion with advantage. You're being assisted by Sinclair and Zurazar.
It's super advantage.
Super advantage.
Also, just in case, I'm going to burn my last sorcery points to get my second spell slot back.
Alrighty.
Oh, yeah, I
17.
didn't announce it, but I did a lot of that.
He'll look over towards you, Fordrum.
Uh-huh.
One condition. Whoever is conducting this ritual to destroy the magic, they must have the memory modified, as well as my memory of its rituals modified.
Can anyone here modify memories?
Do you know how to do that, sir?
No, I am not that powerful of a practitioner of magic. It is a common spell.
It's not a common spell outside of the Empire. We don't modify
Imperial
people's
shit. Yeah, that makes sense.
we don't
Like the
modify
manipulative.
people's memories. We let people live their lives. So I understand your hesitation. I can't make that promise to you. I would love to. I really would. But in all honesty, I don't think I can make that promise. And a couple of reasons is, one, I would never do that to someone who I travel with or care about. And I probably wouldn't do it to you if I could.
This
Modify- Oh, sorry.
magical secret should not exist.
Okay.
Would
I agree. So we need to figure out how to undo it.
would encoding one's thoughts, pulling it from their mind, and then destroying that thread work?
You know how to encode thoughts.
I know how to mind sliver and spike someone's mind.
Encode thoughts is
I've-
like a Zemnian
yeah.
specific spell.
Fortune, with all due respect, sometimes that sort of thing is required, especially in a situation like this. We're talking about something that, well, you saw what it happened. I don't blame him for wanting his mind wiped of what happened and what he created. I did something that I think is a bit more flexible in the terms of call it morality or grayness. He just wants to alleviate his mind of something that he does not want to remember anymore. That shouldn't
simply,
be frowned at.
Yeah, simply put, this is more dangerous kept in his mind than destroyed.
Yes.
It's the only way I agree. This man tortured me endlessly, and I did not tell him anything.
Which is why he wants the memory gone, so no one can try
I
to
can
pry
take
it.
you to the church and they can see about removing the memory, but I don't know if the Queen of Ravens church has someone that knows how to do that.
Well,
I personally don't know how to do it.
well,
I know how to spike someone's mind and keep a tab on them, but
do the Kryn have access to this?
We do, but I didn't want to suggest it until everybody else offered their options first.
Say, Argon, you're related to Smarty Pantses. Any of them know anything like that?
I'm sure they do, but I don't know the spell.
and Code Thoughts is a cantrip, so I just don't know how one would receive it. It's a wizard thing.
I would be able to make that promise that you want, but I don't want to do it without the group's consent first. I do know people who are able to modify memories.
I am perfectly on board with it, personally.
Myself and whoever conducts the ritual.
If we go the church route, you would need to atone for the sin of this project, but that would just mean some service to the church. And if you go with the Kryn, I don't know what the Kryn are going to require of you.
Yeah, I would have to ask favors first, and I don't know how that's going to go, actually.
I think atoning for the loss of 1,000 lives plus the lives of those that were experimented on after the creation of this, we found at least 4 wraiths and then a whole bunch of ghouls that swarmed about.
So he'll chime in. I'm fairly certain this level of magic can only be performed by practitioners of the arcane arts, or those that understand its secrets, like wizards or bards.
No, I don't understand anything, so.
You know what? I just thought of an idea. I need to go see the Lady of Whitestone anyway. Remember the deal that we made about Cloud9? We might know just the bard.
Oh, that is a bard and wizard only spell.
Yep. Clerics can't perform it.
See, I'm a cheat mage.
Yeah,
I don't know the classification of some of these spells.
That's why he mentioned it.
If we can talk to her and maybe get an audience with a certain gnomish bard, then we could probably navigate and remove any sort of obstacles, favors from the Kryn, community work for the church, just more than likely a favor from the lady, which I think is much more.
I am not going to betray the Empire and speak with anybody from Tal'Dorei.
Your memory is going to be wiped either way. You won't remember ever doing it.
No. If I get into their hands, they will torture me and try to pry secrets of the Empire out of my mind.
What if we promise you they don't?
You think we can trust Tal'Dorei agents?
I think you can trust certain ones, and so far, she has been very upstanding, and it helps that she did save all of Exandria, or she helped save Exandria at one point. So I think she's going to be on the level.
That is Tal'Dorei propaganda, and everybody knows it.
No, she did do that, but I think you're right. She definitely would crack that walnut.
Either way, your memory will be wiped, so it won't matter either way. Even if you say anything, it's not going to matter if you don't remember it.
It matters to me. I'm
Would it
not a
be-
traitor to my own kind.
And
Well-
I don't blame you, but your own kind have betrayed their countrymen.
That
Yeah.
was just a rogue Volstrucker. That is not our countrymen.
The kind-
Ichabod has betrayed your country. He is trying to overthrow the emperor.
and your countrymen did
Here's
leave
the
you-
documents that prove it.
and your countrymen did leave you in a crypt to essentially rot. So
Oh no, they were just rogues. They were acting on their own accord outside of the authority of our empire. And he just starts like going idle as he's looking through the notes that you presented him, Sinclair.
Hmm. It's all the evidence that we have on Ichabod right now is conspiring to kill and usurp the emperor. His attempts to gain access to a plague weapon.
Oh, and if that doesn't spark your belief, he will pull out all the evidence he got from the chests. All of these are normal Zemnian citizens who were drafted, promised to aid in their empire, and by aiding in their empire, they were turned into monsters.
Oh, these are.
And this came straight from his agents. A high bishop, an archbishop that worked right underneath him. The one that was in charge of the Ballenpost outpost in Eiselcross.
I mean this with as much respect as I can. You may give a shit about the Empire still, but at this current moment in time, and probably for the foreseeable future, the Empire does not give a shit about you anymore.
I'm going to tell you something, sir. I understand wanting to protect your homeland and staying true to it. There's evil within your empire that needs to be rooted out. But before we can even discuss that, we need to get rid of this atrocity here. And either you make an agreement with the Kren afterwards to have your mind wiped of it, that's fine and dandy. We need to know how to fix this now so that we can then go and stop that man from killing your emperor. He's trying to weaponize portals that are going to tear our world apart. And I hand him another stack of papers.
I would maybe slow down. Let's not overwhelm him. He might pass out.
Yeah, no need to give all the world secrets to one guy.
He'll just drop the papers on the deck, looking very, very solemn, and collapse
trying to
to
persuade
the
him.
ground.
I'm also trying to persuade him.
You might have overloaded him.
Just a smidge, I believe.
Later, just
Oh crap. Oh, good.
He lays there on the ground, leaning against his crutch and just staring at the deck. I need to sleep.
Fair enough.
Is there a bed or accommodations somewhere?
I'll roll insight on him, just to make sure he's not gonna fucking run.
Well, where do you run? You're on a fucking horse.
I mean, run
Not
as
very
if
far.
run as
Technically, if he wants to end
we
his
don't,
life,
we don't
it's
go
with-
that dark. In case you were thinking that, we don't go that dark.
still never hurts.
Yeah. He's having a very difficult time processing the fact that the individual he probably idolized the most betrayed the world to him. And he seems to just be trying to sort his thoughts, and he's been tortured for fucking months. He looks very tired.
Well, I'll just pick up the evidence and
Don't forget
put it
that the
back in my
torture
bag.
also came from the guy he admired most.
Yeah, well,
I'll pick up the evidence for it picked up from the chest, stow it away. choose any room you like, just not the captain's deck. That's mine.
Thank you.
I'll set him up somewhere comfortable.
The infirmary should have an extra bed. You were tortured. You may need medical aid.
So Fordrum takes him and leads him down below deck, and well, you all get to decide what it is we're going to be continuing to do now after we get back from our little break. We'll be right back, everybody.
Broska has kind of an idea.
Alrighty, everybody. I believe we are back. How we doing? So, if you're just tuning in or you're tuning in just now, don't forget, like, comment, subscribe. All those things help us out tremendously. If you're interested in joining our community, you can do so through our Patreon, which is listed down in the description below. We do have open slots available, though I do have to update that list. I can just tell you right now, the open slots are for a Friday campaign, where we need three more starting players and 4 more players in total in order to start it. And we have an open slot available in the Saturday game early. So, let's get back into it. So, Oppenheimer just went downstairs. Best correlation for character. And all of you are up here to discuss what it is you wish to do with him. You may, in character, discuss this now and get to the consensus you came to.
Well, he seems. I don't think we need to punish him for something that he actively tried to destroy. This isn't his fault. This is merely the product of people manipulating him and stealing what he sought to not have anyone spy on, essentially. But I stand by my statement. I think heading to our Winter Lady up north might be our best bet.
And we do need to tell her about the new war crime that we found out that the Empire is working on.
Let's hope that this motion with a finger towards the diamond is the only thing they're able to make. From the looks of it, it might have been.
Well, it takes 1,000 lives to make.
Yeah, I'd have to double check on the whole war crimes thing, but I think this is at least 5 right here.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah. Plague, rifts, this. They're not betting very well.
It's honestly a good thing we'll be heading there too. I need to speak with her anyway. I think I might have some ideas of getting more. We need more favor with the allies, yeah, right?
Yes.
It would behoove us to possibly have a favor from the council.
Well,
So?
it's probably the best option that's not going to involve torturing the man, because I'm opposed to that.
Oh,
You guys decide. I will do whatever it is the group decides. I'm going to go focus on trying to turn this thing off.
Just on an outside whim, what if we convinced him to vacation and set him at a place like Port Zune? Fabulous town. He could lay low. Hopefully he's not discovered. We figure out how to undo.
We give him like 20 gold to hole up in some hotel somewhere.
Give him 20 gold, 40 gold, whatever.
Whatever seems appropriate.
I think you would just be turning the hourglass the opposite direction.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But
Well, that's all we're looking for.
It
though.
is between, it's in proximity to the swamps where this base of operations is, because it was between Nicodranus and Port Zune.
Yeah, and I imagine this guy's probably been giving regular updates about what's happening. And if he doesn't, and I imagine they probably have a system, and the system is broken, they're gonna know something happened.
Plus, he did say he was abducted from Port Zune.
Yeah, we don't fool us once, shame on them. Fool us twice, shame on us.
so what about the other places like Phelan or Port Palmaflora or Port Damale?
Again, that would take days of travel to get to, and it's still real close to the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't want him tortured, Whitestone is probably the best place, because I don't think she'll torture him. I think if Reggie finds out, he would probably torture him, but he doesn't have authority to do so without her approval. So
I can almost assure you that she will not do anything of the such to him. She might even sympathize.
he could basically, seek asylum until the war is over, at which point he can go back home.
Well, but he would know that he would be killed if he went home after that, and he also doesn't like Tal'Dorei because he's fallen prey to the propaganda of the Empire.
Then this would be a good time for him to see that the propaganda is false. If he's extended a friendly hand from Tal'Dorei and he's able to rebuild a life there, then I imagine that the propaganda will whittle away quite easily.
Understood. That makes some sense to me if it is really what happens.
I have let's call it a hunch that's I think that this might actually do better for him. Whatever
Okay.
the Empire was when he was over there, it was obviously mentally draining and a plague. But now that he might have a second chance, perhaps that rot will ebb away.
I mean, I think it is our best gamble, but a gamble nonetheless.
And I do like to gamble.
So the first mate still standing there, arms crossed. You all just telling me what it is you need me to do?
Take us out into the ocean, a couple miles out into the ocean, so that we're not by Nicodranus.
You want to head
Ooh.
southwards, eastwards, westwards?
West, southwest. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Northwest.
What about the Missouri? Did he say he wanted to stay?
Northwest would be into the Menagerie Coast, not into the ocean.
Well, west more than north.
Okay.
Just dead west. That's all we want to go.
What was your question?
Did the Missouri want to stay?
He seemed reluctant to say no, but he didn't seem like he wanted to stay, just because he was kind of concerned with something about his life being threatened like 30 times within 5 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
That leads to hostile work environments, you know?
do tell what? Who's being threatened? Who threatened him?
Oh, nobody. His
no
eyes
one.
keep shifting to Sinclair.
Oh,
I did.
He'll look at Sinclair. He's gonna say, "It's a man who does massages." Lay off.
I thought I was the one who threatened him.
Tell him. If
I
you
think
want...
it's best that we let him down via the ladder, and then we head into the ocean.
Can I see him real quick?
Yeah, sure. He's just down in the barracks.
No, just if he's going to be leaving, could you bring him up?
Sure. If he's in the
Oh.
middle of giving a massage to one of the crew, do we wait or?
You can pull him from it.
All right. He comes down, and you hear a very pissed off dwarf, and then the masseur comes back up.
We appreciate your candor and your willingness to at least uphold your end of the bargain as a parting gift. And he'll reach into his pocket and he'll slap 20 platinum into his hand. You did not see us. We were never here.
Is that look at the platinum or is that at the diamond?
The Well, I
Oh.
mean, yeah, good point. Yeah,
Well,
he's
no,
not even
I'll-
looking at the
'cause
platinum. His
Gordon
eyes are
just-
locked on
no,
the
no.
diamond.
No, I would have moved him away from the
Oh.
diamond so he wouldn't see that.
Or
That's-
just steps in front of the diamond just to break his eye.
I'm the one sitting right next to it. I don't
Oh,
think
no,
he
I-
looks my way.
Don't you worry. I would have made sure I would have done this away so he wouldn't have seen the diamond. Especially if it's just on the deck.
Yeah. All right. Then he's just staring at the platinum like that. Thank you very much, sir.
I imagine that will pay for any damages that were in there, and hopefully your business booms.
Thank you.
We were, but it's probably best for him to just stay home, especially because this airship could get blown
Oh,
out of
since
the
when do
sky
we
at
care
any
what's best for him?
I mean, I do. I know the trade. But please make a good name for yourself. And remember, never here.
Of course, sir. Thank you very much. I climb off right here.
Oh, of course, please.
Okay, yeah. And he just goes and starts climbing down. I
kick him off
assume
the
you
ship. No, I'm
guys
just
at
kidding.
this point are like a few miles along the beach away from Nicodranas, which is no problem. Walking back a few miles, whatever.
For 200 platinum.
Yeah, it's worth
Well,
a day's work.
It's 20 platinum.
Whatever.
200
that's-
gold.
Yeah, no, that's way more than enough than
That's
he's
his
needed.
yearly salary.
Well, I think that went well. Never hurts to pay for the people that actively helped you.
As soon as he's like halfway down, we're gonna shake the ladder once.
You dick.
Oh, he's lucky I didn't just text him because it'll stay on him for a day and I'll know where he is.
Wisdom save. He falls.
Apologies. Good luck on your journey home. He'll be fine.
I just look over the side of the boat.
He's just limping across the beach.
Yeah, he's got platinum. He can heal himself.
I so
He can
wanna
go
take a
home and
pot
cry
shot.
into the most expensive bottle of wine or most expensive hooker he's ever had.
Please don't take a pot shot to the man I just gave 20 platinum to. I don't have to go back down there and pick it back up.
Jeez, the alignment of this party. Fucking hell.
I'm chaotic.
Yeah.
I'm
Come
just
on, man.
chaos.
Yeah. So, you all fly through the evening deeper into the ocean before stopping after a little while. The fatigue of the battle, the grueling nature of Nicodranas, though a beautiful city wrought with dangers at every corner, leaves all of you very, very tired. But you get to start your cycles of rest. Was there anything in particular y'all were doing to sleep, or?
I'm
up
sleeping
watches.
upstairs by the diamond.
I do want to do one thing.
Yeah.
Right before going to bed, I am going to use my class feature, Walk Around Dream, to visit the doctor's dreams that night.
Okay. You enter into a very cloudy area that's filled with mystery, and you can sense dread and torment happening inside of this nightmare.
Throughout the night, I will begin to shape that nightmare into something positive. Try to, yeah, basically, I want to try to undo this nightmare and replace it with something good.
What
With good dreams and good rest.
What do you make the dream into?
I cannot, by using Dream, I cannot pull from his own memories to create something positive that is tailored to him, can I?
That is correct. You can only pull from whatever is currently happening.
Okay.
Or you can create anything else that you can manifest or imagine inside of a dream.
Okay, so what is currently happening again?
It is a foggy, cloudy area where you can sense torment and torture happening nearby. It's almost like his nightmare of being stuck inside of that room, but he couldn't see anything, so he doesn't see anything right now.
Okay. I will begin by lifting this fog or this mist that is covering this nightmare, and I will begin to conduct like a sort of theater play where he is rescued by heroes and he is safely taken somewhere safe where he can, have no fear of living the rest of his life, and maybe like, I don't know, opening a business or something to his liking, or forming a family of his own.
You give him this respite from his nightmare, and in the morning, you all wake up.
Wait,
Yeah.
Joey.
Oh, yeah.
I would actually like to do two things before going to bed.
Sure.
First, if I could gather Argon and Capriccio, I'm going to say, this is an experiment that I'm learning with my magic. Just give me a second, and I'm going to cast Aid at a 6 aid at a 6th level, and I'm gonna spend a sorcery point to extend metamagic it, so that it goes from 8 hours to 16 hours, so that even if we take a long rest, it's still active the next day. So that's going to be 25, a plus 25 to your hit point maximum.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Holy fuck.
And then the second thing
For the next 16 hours.
Yeah, and then this with the same trick, I'm going to look at Argon, and I'm going to cast Mage Armor and extend metamagic those as well on both me and him for the next 16 hours. So the next day you have Mage Armor automatically casted on you.
All day.
Yep.
Unless something, tries to kill you in the middle of your sleep the next day. But yeah.
Yeah, details.
So what is this? So what exactly were you trying to? Were you just trying to see if you could actually pull it off? Or?
Yeah, just something I haven't tried before, so I wanted to experiment with my magic a bit more. But I'm pretty sure this
that's
will
good.
give us a few extra boosts for the next day.
That's very nice of you, Theo.
Yeah, and if you guys want to gather up, we could do this, nightly, as long as I have the spell slots for it, or the magic for it.
I'm not going to decline it.
No, for sure not.
All right then. I hope you guys all have a good rest.
Yes, a
I
good
hope so.
rest.
Well, let's set up watches to watch the diamond. Go to sleep.
Alrighty. I'm dealing with whispers right now. We'll find out, Sinclair. Alrighty. Actually, I'll just ask. Argon, are you doing this in your room, or are you doing this next to the diamond?
I imagine probably next to the diamond.
All
I don't know.
right.
Do I need to be?
No.
Can I do this in my room?
You can do this in your room.
Then I'll be in my room.
Okay, then. So, you sit in your... all right, let me reply to the next one. Okay, cool. Everybody's doing their own sneaky shit.
Yours are just sleeping bug ass naked on the bed.
Who's butt ass naked on the bed?
Capriccio, I should also forewarn you, you do not complete a long rest when you use the dream spell. You're not resting while casting your spell.
Do I not?
Nope. Nothing in it says that you are restful during this state or anything like that, so you are just casting a magic and keeping it going for 8 hours while mentally working on something. So you do not long rest while doing that. It is the sacrifice of your sleep in order to either aid or make
You'll
somebody
do it
else
anyway.
lose theirs. You'll do it anyways?
He'll do it anyway.
Okay, then. So then, Argon, I need you to roll me an Arcana check, please. This is in correlation to an object.
Okay.
So you do have advantage. Nice. Let's go. Finally, a good roll. Sorry, he's averaged like 7.
Yeah,
I actually get hyped.
I've historically been terrible with int checks.
Somehow succeeds on charisma.
Yeah, go figure.
But 29. In the morning, Fordrum, I assume you do your rounds of breakfast for everybody.
Yeah. Ritual prayer thing, the normal.
When you check in on Argon to wake him up for breakfast, you see him leaning over the side of his bed as there's multiple pieces of parchment just creating this large circle that he seems to be contemplating over and looking at very carefully.
I will take a look at them to see if there's any pieces of it that make any sense to me. I won't disturb him. If his hand is holding a quill or something, I'll slip it out gently so that his
Oh, he's wide
fingers
awake.
don't cramp. Huh?
He's wide awake.
Oh, you hungry?
No, I'm good.
Okay. What do you got here?
Just working on trying to figure out what we need to do to get rid of this thing.
Okay. Well, guidance, and then I got. If any piece of it seems like a thing, I kind of go, "This looks like this thing," and cast some guidance on him so that.
Fordrum.
Yeah.
As a ritual caster, what level spells can you cast?
5th.
5th? That's high enough. Roll me a religion or arcana check.
Huh. Those are the things I'm not good at. Okay, hold on.
I'm the only one with religion.
The rare
Well,
cleric that
they're
loves
the
religion.
same. I'm going to use my inspiration for this.
Alrighty. 10.
Yep.
He is doing work that you do not understand.
Yeah.
He's doing God's work right now.
Yeah.
Well, very well. I go make him a plate anyway, even though he didn't want it, and I gently set it in the room to not disturb, but go, and I just walk out.
Already. So, Argon, through your day or your evening of wondering about this ritual, you don't have any basis of a ritual to try to invert, unfortunately. However, you do understand the large scale effects of this magic that they were utilizing and how you would have to create something opposite of that. Since this was something that was drawing in souls, you need this to be something that would expel magic from it during the ritual that you are trying to create, in order to not allow anything to filter inside, but to allow anything else to filter out of it. The shape of the diamond is actually very necessary. It is placed like a perfect setting diamond, or diamond to set into a ring. But it is far more grand than that as well. And thinking about that, you start trying to implement an escape for this necromantic magic out of it, without filtering it into the local area near you, but instead filtering it to the weave so that it would get stuck or pass through the weave to the other side, out of your world's problem. Which route would you try to aim for? Stuck in the weave or out of the weave? Now, one would be more difficult than the other, but this is an ethical question to Argon.
So into the weave would be pulling it into the magical weave, and out of the weave would be letting it out into the world? I'm not sure I understand.
Pulling it into the weave would
Okay.
make it so it is fixed and stuck in the weave. So if somebody would ever realize that it was there,
okay.
they would be able to draw upon it again. It would be far easier to do that. Or you could try to filter it through the weave, where anything on the other side most certainly would find that potential of magic, but it would not be your world's problem.
Oh, God.
Significantly more difficult. By at least 5.
I think I would do that one.
Okay.
I think my concern is more for my world than the rest. I don't want to leave a ticking time bomb.
Alrighty then. So, you start trying to work off of each of the edges and creating different filters for the necromantic magic to filter through and pass through. Towards The end of the morning, close to noon, you start feeling hungry even after consuming breakfast that Fordrum had prepared you. Everybody else on the ship, you've been going about your normal regiment. Fordrum,
Yes.
Heimer comes up to you, still limping on his crutch, but looking significantly more well-rested. Still nowhere near 100%, but better. I'm not exactly sure of what, I need your help.
Yes, go.
And only you. Out of everybody I've talked to so far, they all seem to... There's a saying in the Empire. We are greater together, but the thought of oneself stops that from happening.
Yep.
They seem to think for themselves. I cannot return to the Empire.
I know.
But I have a duty to its people. I need to know that they will be shown the wrongs that I have been shown. The Empire has wonderful people inside of it, even if there are a few bad.
Yeah.
The way you talk about Trent, do you all actually think that you can kill him? Or stop him? Or report him? Anything?
I don't know. No. Yes, maybe. I mean, probably not, but maybe. It's not really our job. He's involved in things that we can't comprehend yet. And we don't really know him. So I don't really have an answer that's honest enough to tell you anything but no. But you are a sailor without a ship, because while you might like a crew, you don't really have a ship to travel on. We're hoping to find you at least a place to recuperate, find some peace. And I don't know where it will be yet. But you're right. You have knowledge that is scary to people, and it's valuable to all kinds of people, and it's harmful to all kinds of people. And figuring out how you live with that, that's sort of the key. You know, like I said, I one time made a sword that literally ate the blood of people. And I was lucky enough to find out that just by throwing it back into a volcano where it had come from, got rid of it. So you have made something, we're gonna try and get rid of it. But I don't know that we can comfortably modify your mind to unknow what you know. And I don't know if the people we know are people you would trust to do the same. So we're all at an impasse, but we don't want to harm you. So there's going to have to be a time of some real trust where you trust us to choose something that either achieves what you're looking for or allows you that port to live in and and be and find some happiness and peace. And you may have to just forget what you know. Take up tapestry making. Want to see something beautiful?
Sure.
Seems you haven't for a while. I go get the tapestry that was made in by the blind woman, and I'm going to unroll it and share it with him to look upon it and run his hands over it and explain what it means and all the story about it.
It is very tough.
Yeah,
Material.
it's made for a dwarven family. It's made for my mother, who is the matriarch of 10 boys and 3 girls, kind of. Sorry, I don't usually, I talk that way about my sister in front of her, but in real life, I usually much ruder. You know, it's meant to last. It's meant to be tough. It's meant to be what we are. And these fabrics here are like the beards that we grow, and these are this. And I explain all I can to him and say, the nicest part about this is every little weave. It's just another small step and small part of the whole thing. So if you think about something like this as your life, you've got a, and I go to the knot on the back of it that finishes and starts it. You're here. You're starting over. And you can make, and I flap it back down and sort of step back and I go, you could make something beautiful and tough. Or you can continue as you're going and not and feel like you do now. You found yourself because of what you know in this kind of situation. And I'm sorry for that. But with a little trust, you know, we've saved you once. Maybe we could save you again, and you can start your steps to this new life. As for us conveying to the Empire, we can do the best we can, but we're only 6 people and we don't have the ear of those people. So we could try, and I will tell you I will try. But again, I won't promise because I can't. That would be us spreading truth in a place that probably didn't want it out. And well, if you know Trent, as we think we know Trent, he wouldn't be very happy about that.
I mean, I don't know him as well as I thought I did. Studied
Listen.
under the man for 6 years.
We intercepted a group of or an operation being carried out by Trent and another Volstrucker in Islecross to create a poison, basically, that would create an illness amongst people, a lung problem, so their breathing would weaken them and eventually kill them. And his plan was to understand the remedy of it so that he could protect his own troops when they spread it widely amongst the troops they were fighting. And while war is a horrible thing, there still has to be some semblance of humanity and honor, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I try and fight monsters and I try and build swords and build things, but I don't know. So my opinion of him is forged of that reality. Our opinion of him is forged of rumors and little bits of information that we have come across. I don't know what you've been told, but we speak a truth that is ours, of the Empire. And I don't hold it against all the individuals who live in it. I just know that those who are steering it are steering it in a strange and not an evil way. So, today's going to be a hard day for you. I'll do what I can to make it as comfortable as I can. And if there's a moment you want, speak up. But I don't envy your day. And I'm sorry you know what you know.
You all have done nothing but show me kindness. Even if some of you are a bit vicious in the way that you interact with me. I will take your lead and trust. Just know that I will not be treated like that again. By anybody. For any reason.
I hope you include those in Zemnia who have treated you the way you were treated. Because I think you're right. I think not wanting to be treated that way is absolutely the case. But don't exclude people from your homeland just because they're from your homeland. Because you were treated poorly before we arrived to rescue you. And we don't want to see that for you in any of the ideas that we are coming across.
Of course. Which of you are working on this?
Argon, he's in there. The Goliath, the wizard.
Donka. He'll limp down the stairs.
Well, before he turns, I go, "You hungry?" And I turn around and hand him a plate of food.
I don't have much of a stomach, but thank you.
It's okay. It doesn't have much flavor.
He will
No,
take a
he's-
little bit of bread off of it, though, and just...
Yeah.
just
Come on,
chew.
I'll help you down. I'll help you down the stairs. And I'll help him down the stairs, and I'll change Argon's plate out, noticing that it is empty. If it is empty. If not, I'll just slide a double portion on top of.
No, but he actually meant he had no stomach. They took it out of him when he was being tortured.
No, Jesus.
Not the stomach. I like to eat there.
That'd be such a dick move. Anyways, Argon.
Yeah.
The door opens up, and you see the Zemnian man, Heimer, and Fordrum. Heimer comes in and looks at the notes across your bed. You've already made tremendous progress towards this ritual. Necromancy is banned by anything that is radiant, which is correlated to evocation. So if you have access to a powerful evocation ritual that we can tie into this, it may work a bit more better as an anti-conduit.
I do.
Yeah.
I can hallow it. That's my most powerful evocation at this point.
Does it have to be a ritual? Or is it just I need a most powerful evocation I can do?
It has to be a ritual.
Is there ritual evocation spells?
Not a whole lot of them.
I don't know of any.
Hollow is not a ritual spell per se, but
No.
anything that has a casting time of 1 minute or longer is technically a ritual. It's
Yeah,
just
this
not
is-
ritual casting.
This one's 24 hours, so I assumed that it had some ritual properties.
Yeah, that's definitely a ritual of some variety. It's just not ritual castable. It still takes a spell slot.
You have force gauge, don't you?
I have Wall of Force. I've got Necromancy spell. Oh, I do have a 10-minute level 6.
That's evocation?
Yep.
What is it?
Contingency.
Actually, that's not bad as a basis for this.
Yeah.
If this happens, then this should occur.
I have 2 level 7 evocations, but they're both
Yeah.
one action.
Well, I mean, I believe hallowing should not hurt whatsoever when it comes to something like this, right?
No, it's probably a good idea to add it.
One other thing that's you all should be aware of, since you are keeping it in close proximity. This object will attract the undead. Necromantic powers of this variety and this power, they can sense it, and they, for some reason, always seek it.
Sinclair!
I got him.
You're muted, Sin, by the way.
Oh, I'm on the top of the deck. I wouldn't have heard Argon shouting anyway.
All right. Well, now forge room.
I come running out and I pat you on the shoulder and I go, "Hey, buddy, do you want to come in and have a little talk with Argon?"
Did anything happen while I was next to the diamond at all?
While you were there was a bat that landed nearby it that sat there the entire night watching it, and it would like nod sup you once in a while, but just that.
Okay, I didn't know because I'm technically part undead
Oh yeah, no.
and I'm still tied to the river Styx. Like, if that had anything to do with it.
Nothing. You felt fine.
Okay, so no drawing. That's good. You're not tempted to touch it. That's always a good thing. So I'll follow forward. I'd look around and see if I can see Broska. If he's
It's
on the
hard to
deck.
miss him.
Yeah, he's by the food.
Hey, Broska,
Food
why
or the
don't you
diamond, depending
why
on
don't
time
you
of
bring
day.
your food over here and sit next to the diamond on the outer ring of this?
Okay.
It won't tempt you to touch it, so that's a good thing. It's the reason why I stayed by it all night.
We've heard some new things about it. Maybe just keep an eye on it, Broska.
All right.
Thank you.
And then I'll head down below deck since he's now covering the ship of watching it.
All right. So, Argon, as fatigued as you are at this point, this is one of the hardest pushes you've ever put yourself through in your life. Sinclair steps in. Heimer straightens himself a little bit while sitting on a stool nearby.
Well, you'd be happy to know, Argon. It doesn't tempt you to touch it overnight.
Well, that's good. I have reason to believe that odds are this will attract attention of undead. And since that seems to be your purview,
it didn't tempt me. So
well, I know, but you're also, a member of the church. That might give you, I don't know, religion's more your thing than mine. But I'm worried that this thing will attract undead before we can deal with it. So
I could put sickening radiance around it.
Well, I just want you to be on guard around it, because if, warn the others and keep vigilant, because if anyone's going to deal with it, it would be you, I imagine.
Well, if I set up, if it's going to attract undead, I would say let's dock near shoreline, not on our boat, because that'd be easier to handle on the ground than in the air where our ship can get damaged.
Yeah, but isn't there less things we can attract if we're in the air?
Oh, not necessarily. A lot more scarier things up in the air.
Well, it's more your preview than mine. I just brought you in here so that you know to start wargaming.
Well, the thing is my spell would damage the ship, is my concern. It creates a 30-foot radius sphere around a point that I choose, creating radiant energy around it and harming undead like myself.
Right. Well, there's also, 5 other people, but you're the one that knows the most about undead. So I figured you should war game with all the others and figure out what all you guys can do in case something happens while I'm trying to deal with this.
Well, my biggest suggestion would be put it on land, away from people. Find an island out here that's deserted.
With-
Set it on grass.
Without any
That-
shipwrecks that happen nearby.
Yes. Set up a hollow ground around it to sanctify the terrain, weakening undead. I can put up sickening radiance, which would harm the undead if they get near it. My concern is what will your spell do when you finish it? Will the evil in it go back to the river Styx or what?
Well, that's a good question. So, my intention is to funnel it out of the weave and back into somewhere else. Do you know of a way I can direct it to the Styx? If you know a way for me to direct it to a
There
specific
is.
place,
I would just need to stop off in the swamp. I would need to go pick up a Drackle.
I don't know what a
Because
Drackle is, but
Two
okay.
Drackles over the eyes pays the fee to the ferryman of the river Styx. That could be the focusing point you would need for these souls that were used to make the evil in this thing. The souls may be gone, but the energy that was created from their sacrifice should still cycle into the river Styx.
Well, unless you know of some impossible portal that is associated with that territory, you couldn't really connect it to anything.
I'm literally a walking
Portal?
tether.
You are a portal then. So
I could be used as a focusing
no,
because I fell into
no. That is, you cannot do this. That is far too dangerous. You can never use another living creature for this. Never.
I've held almost as many of these souls that are in this thing in me.
Sure, he technically counts as living.
Again? No.
I fell into the river Styx, sir.
If we utilize this level of magic through anything, you don't know how it will corrupt them.
That's a fair point.
No living, mortal, undead creature aside from maybe powerful devils themselves, the most powerful, could possibly weather that amount of magic through them.
I fell in the river Styx and a god pulled me out.
Then a god intervened.
I'm part undead and part god.
So you admit a god intervened?
They reforged my essence into a Nephilim.
No. You cannot do this.
Do you know what a Nephilim is?
An abomination between godhood and devilship.
Yes. I am literally a bridge between death and life. I'm not saying we use me. I'm saying we use the Dracules, which are an object to the river Styx.
As the expert on this, you would need to be close enough in proximity that the weave between those two realms is touching if you wish to filter it into that specific location. The weave is a physical object, though we cannot see it.
With the cemetery.
So pretend I don't know anything. Does that mean one of these portals could be a passageway in and out for this thing?
Portal? What type of portal? What portal? What are you talking about?
We're in the process of trying to find a bunch of portals that open up to different realms or something and keep stuff out and close them. So
it was in the second packet that I handed you.
Yes, in the second
weaponizing
packet,
portals.
We've also found that some people of the Empire are trying to weaponize portals by opening them, or when they're open, funneling what's on the other side through.
Otherworldly creatures being filtered into our... What type of abominations are working magic nowadays?
The Empire.
Yeah.
No.
Well, no.
The Empire
no.
did that as
Trent,
well?
Trent.
Yeah.
Trent
Well, it was
was one of
specifically-
the prospective buyers.
Yeah,
Actually,
well,
the member of the Signorn that
Yeah, he was from
Created.
he was from
I,
Tal'Dorei.
I know I'm failing to mention that. I'm
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
aware
all
of
right,
who it
you're
was,
just-
but
the
Blame
member of the
Empire.
Signorn had betrayed everyone.
Naked
and
Ant.
That is.
I'm saying the only other pathway to the River Styx would be at the Raven Queen Cemetery. But then again, you have the undead problem.
You know, we did provide the high priestess with a tuning fork to the Raven Queen.
Yes.
Is that not a pretty direct connection?
is that what the was it? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
You need
I'm-
physical proximity in
So-
order to
so-
physically filter it into a different realm.
So something like a tuning fork that's attuned to the realm of the Raven Queen. It's
all-
not close.
That would allow an individual to use it to
Yeah.
transport and ignore these physical portals in order to get to their desired location.
Okay.
What you need is, imagine there are roots to a tree. Some
Yep.
roots stretch farther away in much more enriched soil in order to keep the tree invigorated, while other roots are connected to other roots of trees in order to steal from those trees. We need a root connected to another tree, not a root connected to better soil. We need exact proximity of location if you wish to do that. And if you are thinking that portals are being erected like this, that could be your location of filtering.
Problem is we don't know where the portal would go to. The one we dealt with went to air. The one I dealt with back 1,000 years ago was to one of the hells.
Suppose we would just
Would
need to be
the- would-
lucky.
Would the graveyard not work since it is literally the portal passageway
It is
for the dead?
It is a passage for the dead to go to that realm, but it is designed for souls to travel through it. This is trying to filter an abominable amount of magic through the weave.
So it's not. It's an abominable amount of magic, not the souls.
Correct. The souls are no more.
The souls are no
So,
more.
so ultimately, sending it to the realm of the dead is a great bonus, but as long as I send it out of this world, to be honest, I don't really care where it goes.
Well, the
Right.
I was hoping
necromantic
to send
magic
it there, but yeah.
the necromantic magic will remain as necromantic magic. In the land of dead, necromantic magic is moot, not really that destructive in nature. What are you going to do? Raise dead underneath the watchful eye of the Raven Queen? Exactly.
That's why I suggest going to the church and doing it that way. If there is a ritual that the groundskeeper could use to open.
You could always go borrow that planar key and I can just teleport all of us to the Raven Queen's realm and just do it there. Skip the whole portal. Just take a visit to the realm of the Raven Queen. That can't go poorly.
Yeah.
I've been there once.
I feel like we just should. God, I was hoping not to go there.
Technically, because I was in it, am I considered technically a tuning fork to it or no?
No, you are not. So what were you about to suggest, Fordrum?
Well, that would make the hollowing really hard for me.
It's true because it's not your god's realm.
Yeah.
And then we have all the undead in the plane of undead coming at us while breaking it.
I mean, if I got a choice, we take it to the realm of the Allfather, but
What would happen if we just dispel it? Would the magic still linger, or
that's the broken rock.
yes, that's the we don't get the full value of the diamond, but we still get rid of the problem.
That amount of congealed magic into one location is not supposed to exist on this side of the weave. That was the purpose of the weave being created. If you dispel it, the rock will be destroyed and the magic will still exist. It would just expand outwards.
Can it be distributed evenly? Like, could we put it into, I guess the question would be, could we dispel it or disperse it and spread it out so that it's no longer one big necromantic?
I either have to leave it in the weave where we do it, in which case it is an open battery for anybody that happens to figure out that it's there, or I've got to send it somewhere else.
How much energy is inside of it? Could someone who is a practitioner of necromancy just use it completely up?
Oh, no. This is...
It's the
I'm
level
an
of
ethical
power.
necromancer.
It's
by
the
way.
it's
I
the
don't-
level. It's the level of power that hasn't been seen since the Age of Arcana.
Right.
No one living is capable of truly harvesting this level of power.
This level of magic was able to terramorph entire mountains and regions into exactly what people wished. It was able to raise entire cities into the sky and freely transport them into different realms back and forth. This
Hey, Argon?
is...
Is there no spell that can just change its polarity?
No, not on this level. No.
Okay. I just got this.
What if we turned it into an augment?
It's way too powerful for us to be able to control it. I can't just turn it into something else. I have two options. I can disperse it into the weave and hope nobody finds it, or I can send it somewhere else. I have been up here for 16 hours nonstop. I have not slept. That is the only two things that are going to work.
If it dropped on something, would it explode?
No,
Probably.
it's a diamond. How hard is it to actually hurt a diamond? You have
Even
to...
if you manage to
try.
shatter the diamond, it would probably explode in like a magical conflagration that would destroy things for miles.
It'd make Split Deer Mountain
Probably
into a
worse.
crater.
Split a mountain? No. It would annihilate everything that mountain was and everything near it.
Exactly, crater.
Yes. Terrible, terrible destruction.
And
Hey,
we can't
Theo,
throw it
do
in
we
the ocean
have
because then the dead in the ocean will use it.
Do we still
Maybe
have
Jones's locker would.
Theo? Do we still have the psychic connection that we had before? Or is that done?
That's something he does like
You're muted.
periodically on a whim, I think.
Yeah, I can't just connect to. I'm not like constantly connected to people. Like I have
Oh,
to.
okay. I thought a while ago we were all understanding each other's thoughts. That's why. I thought maybe that was still going on.
I
But-
don't like the idea of just throwing it into someone else's backyard to deal with because we're having to deal with someone else's problem, probably.
Yeah.
Like throwing the blame or problem into someone else's backyard is not going to fix this.
Right.
Breaking it isn't going to fix this unless we break it in a way that the negative energy gets dispelled. And the only place I know to do that is in the holy volcano.
No, that's not that possibly, but that's not what I was thinking.
So the only thing we can do is hang on to it till either we find a portal somewhere or we find a way to get an access key for me to port all of us to the Raven Queen's realm. We do it there and hope to God that doesn't backfire. If
Should we
those are the
ask-
I could ask the church how they would destroy this thing without it corrupting the world.
Should we ask the high?
It is yes, I would say the highest priest would be the one I would communicate with, because in our church, this thing is heresy. It is something we actively seek out and destroy. So they have to know of a way to do it without harming other realms, because that would defeat the whole purpose. She exists in other realms, I would assume.
So, Argon, should we ask her?
I guess.
I mean, if not, if you feel like just dispersing it through a portal, let's go back to the one that we knew of in.
That portal's gone. We finally closed that one.
Yeah,
We know there's a portal around here. We don't know where it goes to.
I know it's just a horrible idea in my head to take it into the Empire.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. And I'm not for throwing it into someone else's backyard and letting
I was
them
kinda
deal with the
contemplating-
consequences.
I was kind of contemplating of animating it, having it jump down on Rexendrum, and just shattering it.
I don't want to destroy the Empire.
There are
Right.
so many good people who live in My aunt lives in Rexentrum.
Oh, well, never mind then. I was just thinking that that's where.
Yeah, I'm not sure
The
us committing a war
Empire
crime is a
isn't-
solution.
Yeah, the Empire is not to blame for the actions of Trent.
Jesus.
Although I did read up on those war crime stuff, I think they've committed all of these.
He's committed a lot.
Yes, but we're
that's not
trying
the
not to
Empire
commit
doing
them.
Yes,
All right.
we're not trying to.
Got it. Got it.
And I don't want to commit a war crime against another plane.
Yeah.
So,
If you can contact her, go ahead and contact her and see what she says.
All right. We'll be right back.
already. So on top of the ship, Capriccio, Theo, Zurazar, what have the three of you been doing? And Braska, sorry.
This is still at night, right?
No, this is the next day.
No.
So
So
a
apparently,
long
I've been reading
rest-
up on war
All right,
crimes.
not all of you long rested, but most of you long rested.
Cool. I would have
Yeah.
unattuned to my cloak of Elvenkind and to the cloak of visibility.
Yay!
Yeah, I would the next morning I would just go to sleep.
Okay, so you're crashing. yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
All right, that makes
Where-
sense. Yeah.
If
Capricio's not doing the 16-hour stint that Argon's doing.
where's Capriccio sleeping?
The room.
Which room?
The captain's quarters.
Oh, okay, cool. If you're just sleeping somewhere, then Zurazar would just get up. He would dress himself, and then he would just like put you right back in the bed that he was just in. And then I am going to begin writing a letter to Lady Vexalia, but I'm going to be using my emerald pen so I can put in a different message in there.
Okay. And Theo?
I guess I would just be on the deck watching over Braska watching the diamond.
Yeah. So are you the one who gave him the document on war crimes?
Must be.
Braska said he's reading up on war crimes. I'm just wondering where it came from. Theo would theoretically have like a
Yeah.
rudimentary understanding of what war crimes are,
Yeah.
considering the Empire and the Dynasty are always at war.
Yeah, I guess I would have.
Alright. Yeah. Necro-terrorism, Evo-terrorism.
The family treaties on war crime.
Yeah.
Biological weapons.
Yeah. All the fun stuff. So, while you're all up there, the captain does come back up finally from the infirmary. He's not looking 100%, but he is far better than he was the day before. Hey, how are you doing?
No, looking a lot better.
Yeah. You know, that was a little worse than when I had my kidney stones.
Oof.
I'm not sure anything's worse than that.
Just a little. But I wanted to say, after what just happened, whatever y'all are doing, I'm in.
Well, glad to hear that we have your assistance on board. When do you think you'd be ready to pilot the ship out?
Now,
Well,
my
all
first
right.
mate's kept me up on most of the dealings. Apparently, we're going to be stationary here real quick for a little bit. That's fine. Afterwards, I've already mapped out a way for us to roll through the Gehem Basin. There's a few strategic points that the Empire more than likely has, fleets patrolling it. We can either avoid them or fucking nuke them, your call. Since, you being the fucking nuke.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I believe some of our members are downstairs talking or something. So once they figure out what our next moves are, then we'll get moving.
All right. Perfect.
But until then, I guess Braska is just making sure that none of your crewmates or anybody gets any ideas of trying to touch this diamond.
All
I
right.
just give a look to the first crewmate that passes by as he says that.
The crew have all learned to avoid eye contact.
Good.
The way Braska likes it.
Alrighty. So, you're typing it out, Fordrum, I assume?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The Walking Dead. Re-Undead. The Walking Dead. I mean, aren't we all just technically pre-undead?
Yeah. Death is inevitable.
Not me. I'm gonna live forever.
That's the spirit.
As an undead. Yeah, just...
Undead still counts.
Does it? I thought
Yes.
it specifically didn't.
No, because you're not dead. You're undead.
But you're also not alive.
Yeah, that's not my goal. My goal is to not die, not be alive. See,
Then we can, if we ever get to the technology age of a standalone complex, we can all digitize.
But isn't that just a highly complex copy of yourself and not actually yourself?
No, it's totally you. You can't
Who
tell the
knows?
difference.
Exactly. What is reality?
My head hurts.
There's a whole philosophical debate
Alright.
on that whole
Lady
thing.
Teresa, Forgem here. We have an abomination to your faith that we'd like to dispose of. We would use your advice. Thank you. I mean, yeah.
Efficient. That's efficient.
Yeah. She
Both
will
not a
respond
lie and
backwards.
entirely unhelpful.
She will respond back to you. How may I be of assistance to you, Fortrum? Tell me all of the details. I would be more than happy to assist you in anything described as this.
Shit.
She said, yeah, what do you want?
How many
1,000
spells?
souls made
how-
a. What was the stone called?
How many spell slots you got? I could probably write you like a 2,000-3,000 word dissertation.
Yeah,
on
I
what
know.
this
I know.
is.
Hold on. I'm going to sum this up in Fordrumese. Just give me a second.
Oh
What's,
God!
what is the stone called again, Joey?
It is the.
Scrolling up.
Just a second, I
Defiler
have it.
stone.
Defile
Yeah,
it.
Yes,
Just
thank you.
tell her we have a defiler stone.
Oh,
Tell her 1,000 souls turned into a diamond.
A defiler stone. I highly doubt anybody aside from me has ever heard of this. Maybe like. Nah, my roommate back in college. Nah, I didn't speak to him. He was kind of a dork.
Well, my lady is the head priest of the Queen of Ravens. This thing is an abomination to our faith.
And it was only created from me.
That we know of. I don't know. 1,000 souls were used to make a defiler stone. If destroyed, the necromantic energy will either invade another world or our world. Please help. Yeah, I have no way of contacting anyone in the church.
I say we just shunt this.
I
off
need
to
a
the
pet
planetariums
raven.
and be
That's
done
what I
with it.
need. You can speak to a raven, and the raven will tell the rest of the flock.
We have a defiler stone that needs to be expelled. It's filled with necromantic energies. Thank you. Though I have no idea what that is, I'd suggest dispelling it. If not that, try to bring it to me. We can research it.
Do you tell me that for them?
Nope, I'm not done.
Yeah, I'm not done.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, if she's got a circle at this temple, we can use it to get back to her.
They don't believe in arcane practices
I
in
cannot
Vasselheim.
teleport into Vasselheim. It is completely forbidden.
They do not allow arcane practices in Vasselheim within the church.
Because they're all a bunch of barbarians.
How did Zodiac do it then?
Just because they don't allow it doesn't mean people don't do it.
I
We went to the
can
bottom of a
teleport there.
church.
There. That's that full one. It's the has more power, and the needed teleportation location to you.
Maybe Capriccio knows a tree there.
We do not possess any circles. May I travel to you someplace and ask our queen for guidance?
And with that last message, I turn around and I go, okay, here's what we got. She wants to know where she can meet us. That's all Fordrum said.
Well, was
How
it
long would it take her to get to Nico Goddess? Because I think it would take us less time to get to her than it would be to get to
Didn't I
us.
vaguely hear other people talking about wanting to go to Whitestone?
No, yes, we did. But if we just land right over there and I sort of point back at the land somewhere, she could come to, can't she just teleport to us in a second?
She's
mean-
not an arcane caster, as far as I know.
She gets around pretty well.
If she can get to the church, I know clergymen. Don't clergymen have a way of teleporting around without it being arcane?
No.
There is a spell, but it's only to the last defined place they set. They can set a place that's unique to their religion or that's holy to them and say, this is my point of refuge. And they have a spell that will teleport to that port of refuge.
So
I'm going to assume her port of refuge is not Bob's funeral parlor in
Nicodranus.
Nicodranus. Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe it is. Maybe she's got family here.
Capriccio.
Yes.
Have you ever been to Vasselheim? If so, why? There's not a whole lot of prostituting out there.
That's not all I do, excuse you.
I'm just making sure
Hey,
we check
there's
that
a
box.
lot of clergymen out there.
Yeah, let's not. Okay.
Is there any dread activity up there?
Ooh, good question. I believe they're relatively close to the Vesra. Vesra is south of Vasselheim. The other one, Pura, which is related to the realm of fire, elemental plane of fire.
I could have been there.
All right, why?
Druid stuff.
That's
Dude,
not
the
a good
burning
enough
bush.
explanation. You got to give me something.
I don't really know a whole lot about these things. Like,
Okay.
those places.
To see the
The-
burning bush.
The Pyra are a tribe of druids, rangers, a few other people as well littered in there, whose entire existence is to sanctify and keep a static portal into the elemental plane of fire balanced so that it doesn't flood into this realm and so that it doesn't fully close, so that there can be that passage of magic and usefulness.
Oh, they would have been great to be able to be talk to about that plane of air one that we found.
Yeah.
Yeah, elemental planes are not my thing.
Yeah, I know.
I don't do that.
If you see a tree in my dream, would you be able to teleport to that tree?
It's not a real tree.
It's not a real tree.
But it's based off my memory of the tree.
Yeah, but it's a memory of a tree. It's not a tree. It's barely a memory of a tree.
We just all step inside in your mind.
I spent a lot of time in
Your
Vasselheim. I've seen all the trees in Vasselheim.
head just expands.
I have canonically allowed somebody to look at an incredibly well-made portrait and utilize that for tree stride. So,
Well, yeah. Or are you talking about transport via trees?
yeah, transport
Yeah,
via
transport
trees. Yeah, I
via
have
plants.
canonically allowed somebody to do that.
I think tree stride's just the druid version of dimension door.
Yeah, it's just more restrictive because druids do enough.
Yeah, teleport via plants or even what is it? The blue veil.
The blue veil will not take us to other places on this world.
Yeah, it's only to different realms.
It's to different worlds. It's on the same plane. So it's basically like interplanetary travel.
So it only stipulates you must have seen or touched the destination plant at least once before. Seen or touched. So long as you see it, it counts.
So if you see it in my dream, it counts.
Would you say that if I see it in someone's stream, it will count?
Hell yeah, if I allowed a portrait, a dream's more real than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping though.
Yeah, that's fine.
Leave me alone.
All right,
And
fine.
yeah, you're going to be dreaming.
Need a teleportation location to you. Did you type something new, Fordrum? Were you messaging her something new?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm waiting
would-
for us to decide so I can say where.
If I can like show, I think the easiest way is if we can find a way to get there. Capriccio said there are druids, so maybe they can look into my dreams and see a plant. I don't know. But that would probably be the quickest way to teleport us all to her. And we could just use my jar of dirt from the shorelines of this island to get back to the ship with a spell from Argon after Argon gets 8 hours of sleep.
The only kind of nitpicky issue about this is that you need to dream about those trees.
Oh, that's a nightmare for me. I got
I mean,
mugged.
it works.
I got mugged in Vasselheim.
But yeah, I need to enter a dream where those trees are. If
Yeah.
I just jump into a random
means-
dream, I will.
Which would mean you would need a guided dream, Sinclair. So you need to be guided into controlling your dream a bit better by an expert on said dreams. If only you knew somebody like that.
Who's an
So I
expert on-
do another sending and say that.
How easy can you get to the Menagerie Coast? I have To keep a watchful eye on an individual in Nicodranas. I could be there tomorrow. Actually, no, she's charged with... I could be there now.
See you at the beach.
There.
See you shortly. Okay.
Hey, guess what? She's coming to Nicodranas now. And since we're only a little bit off, let's just go back to Nicodranas. Who's going to stay with the rock?
I'm staying here. Oh shit! I guess I'm gonna have to talk to her.
No, it should be me. Or me.
I will go speak with her if need be.
So, meet me at Tiffany's funeral parlor.
Oh, she's saying meet at Tiffany's funeral parlor.
I know where that
Bill.
is.
All of you
That's
know it. You walked past it.
Yep.
Oh,
I
wait.
know exactly where it is.
Tiffany's isn't the one that we were right next to the swamp, right?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was Bob's. Okay.
I named it Bob's.
Ah.
That was just random.
Hey, she's going to Tiffany's.
Okay,
Look.
I'll go meet her.
This whole time she's been right here.
Yep.
Can I have
Fly back.
yeah.
Alrighty. So you
Get
all
me to the shoreline at least.
So you all fly back over to it. By the time you get there to the other side, Capriccio, you are waking up from your slumber finally. This has been multiple hours of them doing other stuff and then flying over there. So perfect time for you to have breakfast at Tiffany's.
So good.
More like brunch.
Hey, come on. Don't.
Not the movie's title.
Yes, the movie, not the song. Anyways,
Well, it depends. You want to get DMCA or
you all fly down and land feet above the magnificent funeral parlor. This incredible gravesite is among the finest that any of you have ever seen. There's not a single hedge stone that has any amount of blemishes on it, any dirt that is misplaced. It is pristinely well kept. The entire location is filled with individuals that are actively grieving, and there's a wandering, very lanky individual that Fordrum would be the only person in the party who recognizes.
Really?
Hey, Bob. Just kidding.
Wait, what was his name again when you met? He gave you... My name is Bob. Yeah.
No.
He said something else that wasn't his name.
No. What the hell is that dude's name? He's creepy.
Yeah, he is.
He's the one who did the thing
In Trustenwald when you were going to jail.
right,
and
right,
then you
right.
got out.
Hold on. I was
I don't have his name anymore.
Well, the alias he gave you is not relevant. When you all arrive downwards, Fordrum, you look over at him and his eyes go wide. And then you look over at the parlor where you watch the arch cleric of the Queen of Ravens stepping out with her long black veil. As... Holy shit, what was her name? Teresa steps out. Very elderly, but carrying herself with a large amount of dignification and pride. You look at her and then look over at this lanky, unsettling individual who looks very confused right now, but will excuse himself from a funeral service that he was just watching over, and wanders over towards her before bowing deeply and placing his forehead against her knuckles. Lady Teresa, it is wonderful to see you again. His eyes look over towards all of you. She will look at them. I will only be here for the evening while I discuss with these individuals on sensitive topics. We require the parlor for this. Everybody, this is the groundskeeper to this holy, sanctified site. Tiffany. Yes. Hello. My name is Tiffany. He sticks his hand out towards you, Fordrum, and just holds it there. Tiffany.
I'll shake it.
Just Tiffany.
Uh-huh. Hi, Tiffany.
Hello. You have no idea why his hands are so goddamn, clammy already.
Yes, I do, because I've seen him stick them in people before.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Phrasing.
True. He'll look over at each of you. Well, all of you are welcome to stay here as long as you would like. That
Thank
is graveyard humor.
No rest for the weary.
That was quite funny, actually.
I know. Thank you.
It was a downright lie, by the way.
Not from him. The individual, by the way, since he's been standing there, has not blinked at all, has just been looking at each of you very carefully. Well, I have a service to oversee. The parlor is over there. Do you need me to escort you?
Do you guys want me to bring the diamond in?
It's not real easy to move.
Lady Teresa will look at you. That should not be necessary. I have already asked for a little assistance in watching over it while we are here.
Okay, good. It has a tendency to pull undead, apparently.
We are in sanctified grounds to the Queen of Ravens. There are no undead.
Great.
Just dead.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I perform the rituals myself. Consistently. Every night.
How far out do they extend?
The entirety of this land. It goes across past the border. 25 feet on that side. 30
I
feet
just
on
eyeball
that
where
side.
I eyeball where the swamp was that we just been traipsing around.
25 feet on that side.
Got it.
And 30 feet on that side.
Ah, got it.
The swamp is a few hundred feet past that.
Yeah. I'm like, got it. A little short of perfection here. Got it. Cool.
Well, when you get done with your service, there are 4 lost souls that are inside of the swamp that need to be guided. They are abominations created by the thing that we're going to be discussing.
I will go handle that post haste.
Yeah, here's the location on the map.
They look at the map, touch it with their entire hand, slowly take their hand away, and then just start walking in that direction. You watch as they climb over the picket fence and just start beelining it towards it. And to clarify how lanky and unsettling this individual is, they are just over 7 feet tall as a human, cannot weigh more than 120 pounds.
Good.
And they always look sickly, but somehow are not.
That's unhealthy.
If you didn't know better, you would assume that they're probably undead, but they work in the cemetery, so. The queen will bring you all. Not the queen. The high priest will bring you all inside. Once you're inside the parlor, you see that there's already 2 set up large coffins for individuals that are being buried sometime in the near future. There is a waiting area that looks very warm, very welcoming, very calming. However, Lady Teresa walks with you all into the office area where there is another desk and setup that's very warm and uncharacteristic towards the individual who cares for this location, before going over towards a very skinny door that Braska and Argan are going to have to shimmy their ways through. Oh, and Fordrum, in order to get down the stairs into this incredibly white-washed, bright, freezing cold room where you see that there is a dead body lying on the table, currently having an autopsy done to it.
This is where we're meeting?
There is no safer location in this entire land.
Oh, okay.
The dead can't talk, so
I'll peer in.
There's
What
a
are they
lot of
taking
things
out of the
I can't
body?
do.
Zurazar, are you checking out the body?
Yeah, he's curious, so he'll look over.
It looks to be some type of like shipmaster of some variety who died recently.
So basically we're just saying he was docked permanently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
at least
But
he didn't go to
why?
Davy Jones's locker.
So, everybody, what are we dealing with here? I need as many details as possible.
So, from what I've been told, a defiler stone was created by sacrificing 1,000 souls, and it is used to make abominations, wraiths and ghouls, and its magic is higher than any known in this current era.
Arcane practice.
Yes.
Necromancy.
Now,
And if we break it, it will make a rift here that will create a necromantic portal. If we use a ritual to try to cleanse it, we have two options. We can send it to another world and make it someone else's problem, or leave it in the tether and the weave. Thank you. And it can still be pulled upon. None of those options are really good. And if we break it, the necromantic energy will pull undead from the surrounding area.
I think
So it pulls undead from the surrounding area just by being here.
I also
Just-
hand her one of the scythes.
all right, what were we saying, Argon?
It pulls undead just by being here. It has nothing to do with it being destroyed. If it's destroyed, it will set off basically a catastrophic explosion. It does not create a portal. If the only way to send this to the only place we know of where the necromantic energy will dissipate or at least not be dangerous would be to send it through a nearby portal into the realm of the dead. I'll break out the pages and pages of documentation that I've been writing, though it's mostly in arcane scribble in giant.
Yeah, she doesn't understand any of this shit.
so. The concept that Argon was sort of working out was, could we dispel it and its magics up and through the weave and into another realm? And one of the realms that we considered was the Raven Queens. And that maybe you would know the way to make passage through the weave into that. And it would basically imbue the realm with a lot of necromantic energy, which potentially she would be able to manage better than here. If we leave it just tethered to the weave, then potentially a necromancer could find and use a portion or all of it or something, I guess. That's
And
the
if we
part
shunt it to a random place, then it becomes someone else's problem. And
Which is
I
something
don't like
I do
throwing
not.
portals at other people's home.
I agree with that sentiment. This object is truly as powerful as you are all describing it. You are not ones to over exaggerate any. And hello, people I have never met before, by the way.
Well,
Hi.
Zurazar, Capriccio, Theo,
Hello.
Lady
It's a-
Teresa.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I point at Broska and I say, that's my coping mechanism for Corpus.
Oh, I remember meeting him.
Who?
Braska.
Braska.
I was about to say, if you were going to point to me, I was going to say, I don't recognize you.
Well, I would say
You're welcome to examine it if you really want to know whether it's as powerful as we say it is.
I would be honest with you. The only thing I would be able to do is sense how evil it is, and by your description, there is no greater blight that I can imagine.
From my understanding of it, it is the greatest heresy I've ever seen in any of our texts, old or new.
There has been very few events in our history that were this abominable in nature. I
Well-
suppose this also does mean that if the Empire is producing weapons like this, that Vasselheim has to get in the way of their proceedings at this point.
It's one individual. It is a man by the name of Trent Ichabod.
Gone.
Odd.
Regardless if it is one individual or many, it needs to be stopped.
I agree. These weapons, and I pull out the two scythes, are instruments of the abominations that it creates. It infuses them and amplifies their abilities. It's also very bad things.
I can think of two possible ways that I can assist you with this, since destroying it outright here would be catastrophic, and we do not wish for that to happen either. The first way is I will gather together more priests. We will banish you all with that object into the realm of the Queen of Ravens, and you will have 1 minute to destroy it while there. However, that realm does have a lot of undead who would immediately be coming to attack you while you were attempting to destroy it. We would have to leave you there for the whole minute before allowing you all to come back, meaning you would have to defend yourselves for 1 minute against hordes of every variety of undead that has ever existed.
Argon, question regarding your contingency. Could your contingency be the second we land in the realm of the Raven Queen that the ritual is activated?
No, the ritual, I imagine, is going to be far more powerful than what contingency is capable of kicking off. There's limits as to what I could contingent.
The other... Go ahead.
So, how long would we be banished into the land? 1 minute?
1 minute.
Yeah, so we couldn't even do the hollow part of the ritual.
We could always use the tuning fork that we gave you that leads there as well.
Sure, if any of you understand how to plane shift, of course.
I can, but then we have to stay there 24 hours.
It is a dangerous location to remain in for that long.
Because I can only harness enough magic to plane shift once a day.
Does anyone else have the means of a teleportation magic?
I can plane shift as well.
Oh,
Okay,
well
so
then.
we can get back out at least.
But you are still stuck with the same situation. If you are there with that object, all of the undead in that city will sense it. Many of the counts, countesses, many of the dukes, many of the general undead that are buried beneath the surface would all be swarming to you. The other solution is allowing you all to walk into this land. There is a location where she may allow you to traverse from Exandria into her world naturally. In doing so, you would only be there in spirit, carrying with you whatever you carried, spirit and essence. It It may even be a bit easier for you to conduct your ritual while you are there. Then the responsibility of leaving would be if either of you are capable of shifting yourselves out, but then your spirits would have to go back to your bodies. Or you could simply walk out the same way you came. This is what I am capable of assisting all of you with.
If I remember right, Joey, plane shift, you have an innate ability to shift back to the plane that you're native to, correct? Is what you said?
Oh, yeah. That's never an
Yeah.
issue for you to plane shift
Right.
back. It's only
But
an
I
issue
know.
plane shifting there.
Right. Well, and so my point of that question is, Capriccio, are you native to this realm or are you native to the plane of dreams?
Neither. I'm native to the Feywild.
Oh, the Feywild. All right. So if he would have the innate ability to, when he casts plane shift, he could go to the Feywild for free as part of the. That's one he knows without having a key. Otherwise, he would need an access key to this world in order to come back.
Unless he used teleportation circle to.
You can't teleport circle across planes.
No.
You need plane
Well,
shift to
his-
move planes.
His
Okay.
racial ability allows him to, because it says the last location you were asleep at.
Oh, you're talking about the other thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Walker in Dreams.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one. That would be
Has
well
to-
beyond.
And
anything
also,
Artemis-
that's his character's knowledge, not yours. You don't know what he's capable of doing on that front, okay?
I'm assuming I'm going by what I know about plane shift. So, Capriccio, if you know something more than I know about what you're capable of,
Oh, based on what Argan is saying, that if we want to do the plane shift thing, it would be Capriccio that would be teleporting us there, and then Argan would be the one that could get us back to this plane.
that would
That
work.
would be the way to do it, yes. I cannot bring you back.
Okay, so that would work. Yes.
Unless we want to take a trip to the Feywild.
Not really. I would go on a murder spree.
Why?
He
They
blames the
took
Feywild.
everything.
He blames the Fey for the fact that he pulled from that deck, even though it's his own fault that he pulled from the deck.
And then the second option is to
Walk
walk there. What is that? In spirit, she say? Like,
Yeah.
I don't mind that idea.
so
I don't know what the risk of us walking in spirit would impose. So, like, if our spirit gets destroyed there,
Then your soul is dead.
Lady
exactly.
Teresa, what is the risk of the walk?
If your soul dies there, then you die.
Right.
Are we any safer doing the walk? Like, are we further away from all the undead?
The undead would not sense you as living creatures. They would still sense the rock, of course, but they would not sense all of you as living beings, which, of course, would keep you safer.
So,
Go ahead.
to my simple mind, I almost feel like the impetus. Wait, let me ask a question before I finish my statement. Lady Teresa,
Yes.
do your priest and priestesses and priesthoods, whatever the term is, use necromantic magic?
Yes, of course.
So, if we informed you of the location of this boon of power when we dump it into the weave, would that be of benefit to the faith to know where to draw from?
It would be a dangerous location.
Being in the
That's
weave.
that amount of power, and the place that power came from is something that we would never wish to wield.
Okay. Then now that makes sense. Okay.
And I don't know what the ramification of throwing it into the divine volcano would do.
Blow up.
It would place the necromantic magic inside of that location.
Which is a divine altar.
Yes, and we would have to see which is more powerful.
Well, it ate Craven's Edge without a problem.
Craven's
Yeah,
Edge is child's play compared to something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to give that much power to nobody.
Of course not. Nobody deserves to wield that much power.
Yeah, I
No
don't trust.
mortal entity at all.
I don't trust nobody. Nobody was kind of a jerk.
Who's on first?
What'd you say?
That's
What?
second base.
Make it ant?
No, that
That's
comes
a home run. I
after?
thought.
I don't want to play this game.
The walk is the best idea then.
Where would we have to go in order to do the walk?
There is a location in Tal'Dorei, north of Amman, called the Raven's Nest. In there, the veil between the dead and the living is incredibly thin. I would ask our queen for guidance, so that all of you would be able to traverse through.
This is a bigger ask. Would she be willing to hallow the grounds we walk into once we arrive? And the reason is we know the beacon that this potentially would be. And from my knowledge, wouldn't that hold them at bay a bit?
The queen does not intervene directly with mortal affairs, choosing to allow us to have free will to handle all of our own problems so that you may not need to rely solely on the divine to succeed.
That seems backwards to me.
It is our ways.
Well,
Free
Can
will is the
contin-
greatest gift that every mortal has.
Does contingency have to be a spell you know, or could someone else give you a spell? I don't know how your spell works, Argon.
So, what was the question?
Could
Can
you use
contin-
somebody else's contingency?
Oh, no.
Or somebody else's spell for your contingency?
I could not use somebody else's spell for my contingency. I have to cast the spell at the same time that I'm casting contingency.
If we were to put the spell on a scroll and you cast it at the time of contingency, would that work?
You cast that spell called the no, it says I have to expend spell slots for both, so I'm assuming not, unless
Well,
Joey states otherwise. But
I
it
thought that's the
specifically
whole point of the
says
spell scroll.
it specifically says I have to consume a spell slot,
Yeah.
and using a spell scroll does not consume a spell slot.
It would have
But
to
it
come
does-
from you.
Right.
Uh,
Contingency is not meant for me to be able to set up with any spell in the game. There's supposed to be limits to it.
Reasonably so.
Mm-hmm. It's a
Yeah.
powerful spell.
I'm just trying to figure out a way we could drop the hollow ground.
How
as
long
quickly
does
as-
Hollow take? Fortune?
24 hours.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
I should also forewarn you that you would have approximately 72 hours to get back here through the same means that you came through, or else your souls may attach themselves to that realm.
and you
Naturally.
don't want that.
You
Well,
don't
we had-
want that.
When we talked to the doctor, he just said we needed to be in proximity of a path to.
As
The
close
area.
as possible. Yeah.
Can we be right outside of it and spend our time there, cast Hollow there? Because then we're not actually in there and pass it. Would I be close enough to pass it through?
You would pass it through at the entry point between the two realms.
Yeah.
Yes.
That should work. The only issue I can foresee is that the undead in that other realm that sense it would be coming through while you were performing your magics.
I can use.
We will be dealing with those undead anyway.
I
Of
can use
course.
one of the spells that the Raven Queen has bestowed upon me
I
to
could
try to
also-
keep them at bay.
Well, but the hollow will keep them somewhat at bay and so I could spend a day setting that up prior to us even arriving with the stone. In fact, if we wanted to, I could hollow it.
I
Go ahead.
Quick
Capricio.
question, out of character. Would I know what something like Hallow entails?
Do you have
Like,
access to that spell?
you have access to that spell?
Fifth level.
What level is it? Fifth?
5.
Yeah.
What matters if it's a druid spell or not?
It's not a druid spell.
Nope, cleric only.
Then probably not. You're not even religious in nature, so yeah.
You know, my only issue is I would feel really
Well,
weird.
I think
Trying to-
Capriccio wasn't done with
Oh,
asking
I'm
what they were
sorry.
asking. Yeah, Capriccio?
So Fordrum, what does Hallow actually do? Like, what is that?
It sets up something like, do you know what a mythal is?
A mythal?
It's like a fey ward, I believe. Like a holy ball of protection.
Okay.
That's what it does. And you can set it up to do a few different things. Consecrate some ground. You could set it up to, let me see, to, well,
It's similar to like plant growth. It affects an area.
for instance, I would do something called everlasting rest, probably. That would mean that dead bodies entered into the area can't be turned into undead. Or
So
energy vulnerability, which would make stuff a certain way.
So I'm not too familiar with the whole divine stuff whenever, no offense to you. But do you think the Raven Queen would find it amusing that you hallow a place so
Yeah,
close to her realm to
That is exactly where I was just about to go with my statement. Was I don't think I'm super comfortable.
it'd be funny, but I don't think she might agree. I don't know. Maybe she might agree.
Yeah.
What are all of the effects that Hollow can do?
Lots of different things. People aren't charmed or feared, but first, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, undead can't enter the area. So that poses its own special bits of problem.
I'm asking for the other parts of it. That way I actually can talk about it.
Well, beyond that, second, you can bind the area with some other effects. Things like everyone in it would not be able to be frightened. Darkness would be able to fill the area if you wanted, or light. Energy protection could protect you from weapons. Conversely, you could do vulnerability, where things are more susceptible to damage from weapons. Everlasting rest would be what the Tiffany is doing here, where the dead bodies can't be turned into undead. And then extra dimensional interference. It just affects creatures so they can't move or travel via teleportation or any other extra dimensional interplanar means. Fear makes things frightened to be in there. Silence, there's no sound or tongues. Everyone in there can speak anything and everyone understands each other.
Would the extramental interference block them from coming through the other side of the portal?
Well, probably. I think that that's probably the case.
Would it block me?
Yes, that is one of the problems. Is I do think that
We
holding the ground.
we don't plan to go through the portal though. We plan to just siphon this energy from this crystal through. No.
But even that's true. But even still, the 60-foot radius area that we cast this in would make it that Capriccio couldn't enter that area.
But do we need to cast Hollow then? Could we just prepare for
No, the
what
only
is to come?
No, we don't. But it does protect us against a lot of the things that we're hearing about that could come our way.
Could you cast Hollow at the entry point so that way they couldn't come through, but we can shunt the energy through?
Yeah, I get it. It's still a ball, so I think so. But
Because if most of the field is on their side, that means that they can't even get through the extra dimensional portal then.
right,
But what if doing it on the other side blocks that energy from going through?
yeah, that's one of my concerns.
The energy isn't a creature.
Right,
You said your thing affects creatures.
that's
We've already
right.
determined that this thing cannot have a soul, therefore it's not a creature.
I don't know.
No, undead are considered creatures. But I don't know.
Undead are-
Oh, I don't know about the spell, but I think Hollow's going to take too long. Plus, Spordrum, I'm not sure the interaction of hollowing the ground right in front of her realm
Yep.
to your god. We can just magic circle, Fordrum.
Oh, look, I missed the spot. There's a line that says I could exclude one or more types of creature from this effect. So I could actually exclude Fae and include Capriccio. That's the thing. But again, I go all the way back to I feel really awkward doing this in her holy ground.
Why
Why?
don't we just put up 2 magic circles? I can put up one, you can put up one, and that'll block undead from getting into it.
Simple.
That lasts for an hour and it only takes a minute to do.
Yep.
Instead of 24 hours. You can put one up as a safety, and while you guys worry about the undead, if somebody has to retreat, there's a safe to retreat, and I can hide inside the other one working on the ritual.
Wait, Lady Teresa, did you ask why?
Yes, why would you feel concern about casting your magic near her realm?
Well, I think of the gods as having ownership of their own space, and whether or not sharing such space is permissible. And hallowing it is a ritual that turns an area into a blessed place for the other, particularly in this case, my faith. And this is a place of your faith. So I'd feel like, well, maybe it's semi acceptable because they are on terms with each other. It just feels like I'm interfering or something.
Don't all the souls from all the faiths go through the Raven Queen's domain at one point?
Yes. And even though some gods do not get along with the Queen of Raven, your god has never been hostile towards her in
I
any
know.
capacity. And she has reciprocated that nature.
I do get where if push came to shove, I would probably be willing. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm sort of leaning back into the dispel magic idea and just take what's left over.
Well, that's the problem. It creates a negative energy on our side.
Yeah,
Did
I'm
it?
more worried about the damage it would do if I dispel it.
That's the whole reason why we're trying to shunt it into the realm of undead. Now, if
Yeah,
we
I
get
get it.
permission to set up the hollow from the high priestess here, that should allow you with no worry of.
Well,
That's the whole reason why we asked her for her assistance and her blessing. We're trying to dispose of something that is heretical to our church by sending the energy that the heretical item has in it into a place that it's not going to affect anyone else. You can't do any more harm sending negative energy into the realm of undead.
Your
Well, that-
magic will not be shunted or shamed or draw wrath from our church.
okay.
I do like the idea of the magic circles. I would still feel more comfortable with the hollow as well. And then me and Broska could sit at the gateway. I can throw up Sickening Radiance as an additional 10-minute buffer window for us to help slow them down if they do manage to crawl through somehow. At least then we'd have enough layers of protection so that Argon can finish his spell, shunt the energy through with the help of the doctor on the ship who is responsible and send it on through. As we've determined, this thing isn't a soul. It is just raw energy.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
I'm going to be completely honest. I really have no way I can contribute to any of this conversation. You're wanting to just jump around. What can I do to assist?
Help me and Brusca on the front line.
Someone's
Yeah.
got to make sure that the undead don't get to us, I guess. Yeah.
Hold the gate, as they
Um,
say.
I know that there are, if I may make a recommendation, there are spells that conjure walls and they can put things at bay. Do any of you have something like that?
Yeah.
Like a wall of force.
Wall of Force. I think there's one of fire. I've even seen walls of sand in Marquette. It's if we're wanting to delay these undead for as long as possible, having something around the actual source of its draw. Well, sure, if some of us get past, they'll get towards it, but if there's something to protect it, there's a good chance that they may either burn, drown, well, not drown. If you have something of force nature, then you can just throw them back.
Well, that's another layer of protection. That is something that you contributed.
Oh, well.
Don't count yourself out.
Oh, no, trust me, I'm not counting myself out. This is just this is just far and above my pay grade.
I'm a cheat mage. I don't know all the spells that are out there. I only know the spells that I can siphon from, well, the Raven Queen.
No, and I understand. I understand Legend and I respect it. I even dabble in it a little bit myself. However, this sort of degree is far and beyond. We're talking about jumping to another plane, something I've never done before. So it'll be an experience. Don't get me wrong. I will enjoy myself to the fullest. But I want to make sure I want to return from this plane in one piece. I've got far more to do in life than to die in some, no offense, some dark and depressing plane.
Well,
Yeah, that's why we're saying doing it on our side of the portal.
Yeah, if
Yeah, I
this
see
plan goes well, we won't have to go to the other side. We
So
just stay
let me-
on ours.
Let me ask this then. This portal that we're wanting to open, how big is it going to be?
There is no portal to open. It is already a connection between the two realms.
What I'm meaning is there a known opening or is it just ever present?
There is a known location where the two realms fade into one another.
How
Couldn't
big
we-
is that
I was-
tear? I guess.
I was going to say, couldn't we just put a wall of force around that? That way they're just essentially clawing at a wall.
It is a pond.
How big is the pond?
I've only seen it once. I believe it was 20 feet across.
How big? How long can you make the wall of force go?
It's 10 by 10 foot panels that are side by side.
Oh, you can encompass that entire thing, no problem.
Yeah.
So why don't we, if we do that, then we just deal with the stragglers.
Yeah, we put what they call a pool covering over the pond.
And
Put up hollow ground, and we put up every other ward that we can, and make it as secure as possible. So that way, when Argan's doing his spell,
And
hopefully we don't have to fight the undead off. But if we do, we're there to do it.
and this wall of force won't interfere with the energy passing through or anything?
Actually, it does. I think.
Roll the spell in chat. You would know. Your character would know.
Yeah.
Wall of Force only lasts a minute, though, Theo. So
Actually, I think
imagine
it lasts.
take longer than that. Well, does it last longer than that? I don't think it,
It lasts.
does.
It lasts 10. It lasts
Oh,
10
does it
minutes.
last
10
If I were-
minutes.
if I recall correctly, it's just teleporting through it.
But like,
You
I know,
can teleport out of it.
like
Oh,
for
okay.
example, if I'm on one side of the wall of force and you try to throw a fireball at it, it's not gonna go through.
Yeah.
versus like a wall of stone or a wall of water. Or...
Nothing
I
can
think
physically pass through the wall. It is immune to all damage and can't be dispelled by dispel magic. A disintegrate spell destroys the wall instantly, however. The wall also extends into the ethereal plane, blocking ethereal travel through the wall, which would, since the passage between the two realms is technically through the ethereal, block that as well.
So we could would that block the energy that we need?
yes.
Why don't we do it like this? We are going to have to allow a space in between this wall to allow energy through. However, that also means that we have a choke point.
Funnel them.
Choke
Exactly.
points are nice.
That way,
Um,
the energy can still come through. The undead won't, unfortunately, come through, but they will be far easier to deal with.
I'm just wondering if, like, once Argon's done with the ritual, could he just shout out now, and then whoever's holding the spell for Wall of Force drops the wall? Then Argon completes the ritual.
Yeah, but in the meantime, would have to be dealing with hordes and hordes of undeath and
Not hordes.
Well, no, it would literally be within a fraction of a second.
And we will be dealing with. Look at it like this, Capriccio. If we're talking about all these undead coming to try to do this, they're going to be stacking on top of each other and trying to push through a very narrow corridor, which means that maybe maximum, 2 to 4 are going to be able to slip out, and we can deal with them easily.
Oh no, I understood that part. I thought Claire was saying that we would be fighting them, and then when the ritual ends, then we block the whole thing with this wall of force. And in the meantime, it will be completely open. That's what I understood.
No, we were talking about having it up as a barrier while the ritual is being done, and then either dropping it or having a hole in it to allow the energy through.
Okay.
My idea was to drop the wall the second the energy was ready to be sent through, whereas Zurzar's idea is to allow a small hole, I guess a 10 by 10 foot hole.
Yeah,
You-
it would be a
or
10
even
by
a
10 foot
panel
panel
is-
hole. Yeah.
Or could you even make it a 5 by 5, pushing the walls as close as you can together?
Stacking one on top of the other, where only part of it's overlapping.
Exactly.
Spells reads you can shape a flat surface made up of 10 by foot yeah panels.
Okay, I mean, if we're talking 10 feet across, again, my point still stands. We'll be dealing with 2 to 4 at max when they come through.
Or
And-
one if it's a big one.
That's true. If it's a big one, then look at it like this. Consider this. If there's a big one that's trying to push through, if we can kill it at the entrance of the Wall of Force, that's just another barricade for us.
What is the range of Magic Circle, Argon?
20 foot.
Funny.
Because we could technically put that over the choke point.
Yep.
And then we don't, unless they can get through it, we don't have to fight anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Magic Circle's 10 foot.
That works.
I have it. I don't know that I've ever cast it. I've only seen Forgeroom cast it, but
Well, that would work then. It would literally be all these 10 by 10 platforms around this pond, and in the dead center is the magic circle that acts as the gateway for the energy to go through, because the magic circle wouldn't stop the spell energy from going through like Wall of Force would. Bob's your uncle. The undead can't get to us while Argon works on it, and if somehow they are able to jump from one side to the other extra dimensionally, the hollow ground would prevent that. So I don't see how they would be able to get to us, which means we'd be safe in doing it. And if they do somehow sneakily get through, me and Brosker are right there on the front line. I've got my sickening radiance that will do a massive amount of damage to undead. Broska's a beast when it comes to beat it with a stick. He got that badge in
The trick is to
Marquette.
light the stick on fire first.
Yes. I think that would be the way we should go about doing it. What do you think?
I think that's the best plan. Minimize.
Yeah, I say the sooner we get this done, the sooner we can continue with our Ashkeeper Peak trails.
Yes. Lady Teresa, could you show us where we would need to go on the map here? So that we can show our ship's captain so he can get us there?
Right here is Raven's Nest. You have to travel through Falcone Castle over into the open forest, and then once traveling through the forest, there is a location. I will personally escort you all there.
So sweet.
To...
So just make sure we got that jar of dirt so we can get back to Nicodranus.
What path will we be taking to get there?
airship.
We have two options: fly on the airship, or I could teleport us to Amon.
I believe that they will probably be, unless we get permission through Iman, they will more than likely follow us.
How far is it from Iman to that place? On foot, I guess.
I'm sure we fly far enough away from their vision, we will be perfectly fine. But close enough, then they're going to have a few raised eyebrows. I imagine that's a random. Quite until Cloud9 is officially legal, it is still. Well, actually, thinking on it,
It's a part of the Tal'Dorei Council's property,
Amon is the largest city in the world.
It
Next
is.
to maybe the one in Marquette.
and Iman's part of Tal'Dorei's council, correct?
Correct. However, this was recent. It will take some time for that information to get sent to Iman and for it to be verified.
Well, she did put her insignia on the side of the ship, did she not?
Shh. I don't think.
Marking it as hers.
I don't think she
promoted
has.
to Scanlan?
No, she just
She
got
had-
all the paperwork. She has the paperwork. She didn't
Ah.
sign the ship or anything.
Yeah, yes, the ship is still ours, and she has a cut, and I own the majority of it. The problem is, it's still paperwork. We're talking about a physical thing without any signifying marks on it. So, eyebrows will be raised if we fly close enough to Iman.
Do we want to backtrack with the ship though? Wouldn't we rather leave it here so we can continue our journeys without having to go back and forth?
I believe that would be the smartest play. We want to do
I-
this with as little eyes on us as possible.
Yeah, Capriccio?
I have an idea, but and he'll look towards Lady Teresa. I would require your assistance if you'd be willing to provide it.
Whatever I can do to get rid of this abomination from this plane of existence.
You've said you've been at this Raven's Nest, yes?
Of course.
You've been through the forest.
Yes, I have.
Have you ever dreamt of this place?
Many nights while seeking knowledge from the Queen.
And he'll look to the group again. I could potentially take us there, but and he'll look at Lady Teresa again. I would need to enter your dreams and see this place myself.
Very well. We can participate in that tonight. Or even faster, I just need to get drunk first so I can go to sleep.
Oh, we've got plenty of alcohol. These guys are all winos.
I can help with that.
Wonderful. Bring me your finest bottles of wine.
That would be fortunate.
And
I-
that is where we are ending the session, y'all. Y'all get to drink with the High Priestess of the Raven Queen.
And we
Lady
level
Teresa
up.
can get down.
We level up. I'm
Shit.
pretty sure the only
Did I hear
person.
that?
I think the only person that has wine is actually Capriccio.
Yeah.
Fortunate
you
with
are.
alcohol.
Everyone over here is like, oh, I've got really fancy wine. And I'm over here is like, I've got the best wine. It's Marquesian wine. You
Oh,
guys,
I just do.
I have
Capriccio got that
moonshine.
one bottle.
Anyways, guys, we are ending the session because we were past my
Right.
noise ordinance for my building. Players, thank you all very much for playing. Viewers, thank you for watching. Hope you all had a fantastic time. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
I gotta
Bye.
roll. Good night, everyone.